Young man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Dr. Raza Amiri Mukhaddam, Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran, distinguished expert panel from Pasteur Institute of Iran, participants in person and online, and Comstech team, Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome. So we are gathered here today for this important international course on outbreak investigation and control of infectious diseases. We are joined by an expert panel of internationally renowned and distinguished scientists who have excelled in their fields in Iran and internationally. Our expert panel from Iran consists of Professor Dr. Kehan Azad Manish, a professor of medical biotechnology from Pasteur Institute of Iran, Professor Dr. Babak Ishrati, Associate Professor of Epidemiology, Iran University of Medical Sciences, Professor Dr. Sana Aipush, Associate Professor of Epidemiology, Pasteur Institute of Iran, Professor Dr. Arash Arashkia, Assistant Professor of Medical Biotechnology from Pasteur Institute of Iran, and Professor Dr. Fahmi Amiri, Assistant Professor of Epidemiology from Pasteur Institute of Iran. Thank you very much, sir and madam, for your efforts and for sparing your time for this important training. Relevant to the event's theme, there will be talks by our guest speakers, some pre- and post-test activities for the participants, question-answer sessions, and experience sharing. We hope that this training course will be a great learning and networking opportunity for you all. With this, I would like to formally open the session with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of Comstech, for his welcome remarks, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Right? आप तर्जुमा करेंगे या आप बैठ जाएंगे? हाँ, बैठे तशरीफ. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Khushamded, my dear brothers and sisters, Excellency, new Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Iran, Pakistan, His Excellency Professor Dr. Raza Amiri Muqaddam. He has recently arrived, and certainly I'm sure that this is one of the first few public gatherings which he has attended or he has been attending. Today is a very important day for us in Comstech, that we are beginning a very important collaboration with one of the most important institutions in the Muslim world. Excellency, you should be very proud of what Pastor Institute Iran has done in last 103 years. The institute was established in 1920, and this was the first institute outside the colonial French. Colonial France has established institutions in different countries of the world, including Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Senegal, and Dakar. But this was the first very high quality institutions which was established outside colonial France. As you know, that Iran has never been a colony of any country. And that is one of the reasons of Iran's excellent development and progress throughout the history, from ancient times till to date. Today is important because we are beginning our collaboration with Pastor Institute, which we have been working on since last several years. We know that this institution is an excellent institution in terms of its contributions in Iran's healthcare system. This is an institution which is at the forefront in development of healthcare system in Iran. This is an institution which has been forefront in the development of biopharmaceutical and diagnostics. It has conducted very high quality basic sciences, but at the same time, it has also developed a very high level of applied research. This is an institution which has the capacity of helping other Muslim countries. So we have been working closely with Pastor Institute to initiate programs. And this visit of 6 experts from Pastor Institute as well as from Center of Disease Control, Ministry of Health of Islamic Republic of Iran is a very important beginning in the history of Comstech collaboration with Islamic Republic of Iran. Excellency, Comstech consider Iran as a very important partner. Iran is the founding member of Comstech. Comstech has 3 networks. There is no other country in the Muslim world which has as many networks as Iran has, which Comstech has established in Iran. Network of nanotechnology, network for virtual universities, and network for science parks. So there are 3 important networks which are located in Iran, and this is one of the most important footprint of Comstech in Iran. Iran has been a very strong supporter of Comstech right from the beginning. And we consider that Iran has the capability, temperament, and willingness to help Muslim world as a leader. Over the years, as you know, that Iranian ancient history, I don't want to give you a big sermon, but we know that Iran has been, right from the time of medieval era, Iran has played an extremely important role in the development of Islamic civilization, Islamic culture, but also Islamic science. from mathematics to chemistry, from astronomy to medicine. This Persian, Farsi, Iranian culture has been right in the center of Muslim science development. But in the last 30 years, after the sanctions, Iran has reacted in a very positive way. So you can see now Iran is right at the forefront in the field of nanotechnology, biotechnology, stem cell, health sciences. And this reflects Iranian resilience. It reflects Iranians' commitment, Iranians' excellence, that they can stand in front of all sanctions and they can develop their own system of very high quality research. And this is the reason we think that Iran has all the capability of leading the Muslim world in the field of science and technology. And this is where we see Iran's role in leading many of these efforts in the Muslim world. We have reached out to Pastor Institute to initiate a new scholarship scheme for virology. We already have it with Indonesia. We had a preliminary discussion with my dear brother, Professor Dr. Gehan, on possibility of joint venture in vaccine development and production in Pakistan. We have been discussing of new courses in virology and vaccinology at Pasteur Institute. So there are many initiatives which we have been discussing with Pasteur Institute, and of course we would like to see them more often so they can conduct courses like this. Now this is a very important course. Disease outbreak, especially infectious diseases, are very, very important. You know that outbreaks are taking place all over, everywhere, and you don't even know about them unless they are unusual. When there is a disease which is something new, or a new bug, or new virus, or new fungi, or new bacteria, or emergence of a new disease takes place. COVID-19 was one example when the entire developing world, particularly Muslim countries, were caught unprepared. And I traveled far and wide in Africa, and you would be surprised to know that there are many African Muslim countries with no trained virologists. They didn't know how to conduct PCR test. In many countries, there were no case was reported. It's not that there was no case, but because they didn't have any capacity. So there is a serious capacity deficit in disease surveillance, disease monitoring, disease preparedness, and of course, technical competency. Courses like this are extremely important in filling that capacity deficit gap. And we therefore consider these courses extremely important. We think that there is a time that we go beyond Pakistan and we go to other countries in West Africa, Sahel region, Central Africa, and other countries where Iranian expertise can help them to develop their capacity. We have the plan. My colleague Khazima is here. She and her team is actually leading these efforts to have at least some virologists in every country. Our target is 10 virologists in every Muslim country. So every nation should be able to at least detect and report the outbreak of diseases, because pandemic is going to be more frequent in future also. With this, I would like to thank all of you for your presence here. I'm sure that you would benefit from a very high level expertise which these wonderful guests brought with them. I would like to thank my dear brothers and sisters from Iran who came all the way with a rather uncomfortable, inconvenient journey because there are very few direct flights, but they are here for a mission. I'd like to welcome my dear brother, Professor Dr. Muqaddam, the new ambassador of Iran on his arrival in Pakistan. And we're looking forward to have with him under his leadership, through his patronage, more of these collaboration develop. I would like to thank Islamic Republic of Iran for recognizing my humble contributions. I have received more prizes from Iran than any other country. I was the recipient of Khwarizmi Prize and among many others, most recently, Mustafa, peace be upon him, Prize. So thank you very much. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Kehan Azad Manesh, who's the Professor of Medical Biotechnology and Director of the Virology Group at the Pasteur Institute of Iran, for his remarks, please.
Yeah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Well, I will try to keep it short because we will have 3 days to talk to each other. So for this opening ceremony, I just try to be as concise as possible. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and privileged, along with my fellow colleagues, to be present here today to commence the second series of our outbreak investigation and control course in the beautiful country of Pakistan. Health is a universal concern that transcends boundaries, impacting every individual regardless of their origin. Viruses and bacteria, as microscopic entities, follow a natural life cycle that at times creates a threat to human health and well-being. This challenge has always been and will be with us to equilibrate and evolve life on this planet. However, sometimes its damage could be mitigated or even avoided by timely detection of the most dangerous ones and putting in place proper health measures. Over the past decade, we have faced extreme cases such as Ebola virus disease, Zika, and most recently COVID-19. The lesson learned during these challenging times must be effectively articulated, disseminated, and revisited regularly to prevent repeating the costly mistakes of our past. The lessons serve as a guiding light for the future generation, preparing us to inevitable outbreaks of infectious diseases. Preparedness stands as a crucial lesson, as underscored by the COVID-19 pandemic. It has demonstrated that even with vaccination efforts, the safety of our population is interconnected, emphasizing the motto, "No one is safe until everyone is safe." The pandemic has highlighted the necessity of an agile and adaptive response, reinforcing the idea that health is a collective responsibility. Achieving such preparedness requires a training of numerous healthcare professionals, especially those with expertise in medicine, virology, bacteriology, and epidemiology. Recognizing that microbes disregard borders, we should view collaboration across borders as an opportunity to learn from each other. Assisting neighboring countries in controlling outbreaks is not just a humanitarian act, but also a strategic investment in our own health. Islamic culture has consistently celebrated endeavors to preserve life and promote health. Figures like Ibn Sina, Razi, and Hakim Jorjani have contributed significantly to identifying and controlling outbreaks. This latter great physician, Hakim Jorjani, described for the first time in his 12th century book, Zakhire Kharazmshahi, the symptoms of a hemorrhagic disease that today we know it as CCHF. And it is still a common health problem in the region, especially in Pakistan and Iran. Pasteur Institute of Iran, with its century-long history, is a testament to our ongoing efforts to combat infectious diseases. Founded on the principle of VAP, this institute has played a crucial role in producing a wide range of diagnostic and preventive products. Our collaboration with the Ministry of Health has contributed significantly to the establishment of a nationwide laboratory monitoring system for COVID-19 and production of vaccines. We bring with us a team of experts in virology, epidemiology, biotechnology, and public health, including distinguished individuals from the Iranian CDC. Their extensive experience in various aspects of detection, epidemiology, and control of COVID-19 at the national level will be shared during this course. I'm confident that the wealth of scientific knowledge evident during our short stay in Pakistan will foster meaningful mutual learning through active participation in this course. In the spirit of Professor Chaudhry's sentiments, our experience in Pakistan has been akin to reconnecting with family. It is regrettable that for various reasons, I cannot deliver my presentation in Farsi or Urdu, given our shared cultural heritage, including eminent figures like Allama Iqbal. I express my deep gratitude to Comstech, particularly its Director General, Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, for providing us with this invaluable opportunity. I hope that our scientific exchange will unite our efforts regionally among Islamic countries and eventually globally to confront the universal challenge we collectively face. And I thank you for your time and attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kehan. Next, I would like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Dr. Reza Amiri Muqaddam, who's the Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Please relax.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم و به نستعین یرفع الله الذین آمنوا منکم والذین اوتوا العلم درجات. خداوند کسانی را که ایمان آوردند و آنان را که علم داده شدند بسیار بلند مرتبه می‌دانند.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful, and the Allah Almighty has chosen from the believers and who are seeking knowledge.
حضار محترم، اساتید، پژوهشگران محترم، خانم‌ها و آقایون، السلام علیکم.
Dear audience, professors, and researchers, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum.
در ابتدا اجازه می‌خواهم از جناب پروفسور اقبال چودری بابت تشکیل این محفل علمی با حضور شما اساتید و پژوهشگران فریخته و فراهم کردن فرصت سخنرانی برای این جانب تشکر کنم.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry for organizing this scientific meeting with the presence of professors and non-researchers.
از اینکه می‌بینم اساتید و پژوهشگران دو کشور دوست و برادر ایران و پاکستان تجربیات و دستاوردهای علمی خود را به اشتراک می‌گذارند، بسیار خرسندم و امیدوارم شاهد افزایش این گونه تبادلات علمی باشیم.
I am very much pleased to see the professors and researchers of the two countries of Iran and Pakistan sharing their experiences and scientific achievements and looking forward to boost this cooperation.
من نکاتی یادداشت کرده بودم در زمینه انستیتوی پاستور صحبت کنم، ولی آقای دکتر اقبال بهتر از من تشریح کرد، اونا رو خط میکشم و نمیخونم.
I have chosen some points to present about the Pasteur Institute of Iran, but my brother, Professor Dr. Chaudhry, has very well elaborated about this institute, so I have kept it aside.
جناب آقای چودری در زمینه پیشرفت‌های علمی جمهوری اسلامی ایران هم نکات بسیار ارزشمندی رو فرمودند که شاید تکرار اونا دیگه لازم نباشه. من باید اساس سخنرانی تمام کنم، ولی چون یادداشت کردم باید چند نکته رو منم اضافه کنم.
And my brother, His Excellency Dr. Chaudhry, has very well elaborated about the achievements of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the scientific area. On my behalf, I would like to present some points.
مفتخرم در این محفل علمی اعلام نمایم که جمهوری اسلامی ایران از ابتدای پیروزی شکومند انقلاب اسلامی توجه به علم، تکریم اهل علم و تسهیل هرچه بیشتر حرکت‌های دانش بنیان را در سلوحه خود قرار داده و به لطف باری تعالی ثمره آن نیز دیده شده است.
I am proud to announce in this academic year that since the beginning of the glorious history of the Islamic Revolution, the Islamic Republic of Iran has put attention to science, honoring the people working in the scientific field and facilitating as much as possible knowledge-based dynamics, and has been fruitful by grace of Allah Almighty.
ایران اسلامی در ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب اسلامی در بسیاری از زمینه‌های علمی وارد کننده و یا مقلد صرف بود، اما امروز و بر اساس آمار و مستندات معتبر یکی از کشورهای پیشرو در شاخه‌های مختلف علمی است.
At the beginning of the victory of the revolution, Islamic Iran was an importer or a mere imitator in many scientific fields, but today, based on reliable statistics and documents, it is one of the leading countries in the various scientific fields.
طبق گزارش وبسایت اسکوپوس، ایران در سال 2022 بیش از 78,000 مقاله علمی منتشر کرده است.
According to the report of the reliable Scopus website, Iran has published more than 78,000 scientific articles in 2022.
بر این اساس کشور ما رتبه 15 را در جهان کسب کرده است.
Based on this, our country has been ranked 15th in the world.
این آمار در سال 1980 یعنی ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب اسلامی کمتر از 400 مورد بوده.
In 1980, in the beginning of the victory of the Islamic Revolution, there were less than 400 articles.
این دستاوردهای علمی ایران دارای چند ویژگی می باشند که به اختصار اشاره می کنم.
These scientific achievements in Iran have several characteristics, and I briefly mention some of them.
این پیشرفت‌ها علی‌رغم همه دشمنی‌ها و مانع تراشی‌های بدخواهان جمهوری اسلامی ایران به دست آمده. تحریم‌های ظالمانه، ترور و ایجاد محدودیت برای دانشمندان کشورمان در حوزه‌های مختلف علمی نتوانسته رشد علمی ایران را متوقف کند.
These developments, in spite of all the enmities and the obstacles of the Infectious of the Islamic Republic of Iran, have been achieved. The punitive sanctions, assassination, and the creation of restrictions for our country in various scientific fields have not been able to stop the scientific growth of Iran.
این دستاوردها به صورتی موزون و در رشته‌ها و حوزه‌های مختلف علمی به دست آمده است. به عنوان مثال، سهم هر یک از شاخه‌های شیمی، فیزیک و نجوم، علوم کامپیوتر، ریاضیات، علوم بیولوژیک و کشاورزی، زیستشناسی و ژنتیک در مقالات منتشره در وبگاه اسکوپوس بین 5 تا 8% میباشد.
These scientific advancements have been achieved in a balanced way and in different scientific disciplines and fields. For example, the contribution of each branch of chemistry, physics, and astronomy, computer science, mathematics, biological sciences, and agriculture, biology, and genetics in the articles published in the website Scopus is between 5 and 8%.
این پیشرفت علمی به یک روند پایدار و نهادینه تبدیل شده است، به گونه‌ای که در سال 2003 سهم تولید علم ایران در دنیا در حدود 29% بوده که در سال 2022 به 2.4% رسیده است. در این بازه 20 ساله شاهد رشدی قریب به 17 برابری در تولید علمی کشور هست.
This scientific progress is taking place rapidly and in institutionalized manner in such a way that in 2003, the share of Iran's scientific production in the world was 0.29%, which in 2022 has reached 2.4%. During last 20 years period, there has been almost 17 times increase in the scientific production of Iran.
در تحقق این پیشرفت‌ها زنان و مردان ایرانی دوشادوش یکدیگر تلاش کرده و میتوان گفت سهمی برابر در این راه داشتند. جالب است بدانید امروز بیش از 50% دانشجویان ایرانی را دختران و بانوان عزیز ایرانی تشکیل میدن. این آمار در ابتدای انقلاب اسلامی حدود 27% را شامل می شده.
In the realization of these developments, Iranian men and women work side by side, and it can be said that they have an equal share in this way. It is interesting to know today More than 50% of Iranian students are Iranian girls and ladies and have equal share. The percentage was around 27% at the beginning of the Islamic Revolution.
و مفتخریم امروز 50% این جمع علمی ما خانم‌ها تشکیل میدن.
And it's a matter of honor for us that more than 50% participants of this gathering are also the female.
مایل هستم اشاره هم به آمار پیشرفت‌های دانشمندان و محققان جمهوری اسلامی در رشته‌های مرتبط با این جلسه رو هم به شما ارائه کنم.
Here I would like to present some figures related to the progress of the scientists and researchers of Islamic Republic of Iran in the fields related to the area of your interest.
از سال 1980 تا 2022 در رشته بیوشیمی، زیست شناسی مولکولی و ژنتیک از رتبه 47 به رتبه 15 ایران ارتقا پیدا کرده است.
The Islamic Republic of Iran from 1980 to the end of 2022 in the field of biochemistry, molecular biology, and genetics has positioned 15 from 47 in the world.
در رشته فارماکولوژی، سمشناسی و داروسازی از رتبه 52 به 9 ارتقا پیدا کرده است.
And in the field of pharmacology, pesticide science and pharmacology from 15 to 90.
و در رشته ایمونولوژی و میکروبیولوژی از 44 به 14 ارتقا پیدا کرده است.
And in the field of immunology and microbiology has gone from 44 to the 14th position.
پر واضح است که این پیشرفت‌ها با نگاه راهبردی مسئولین جمهوری اسلامی ایران، خودباوری و تلاش خستگی ناپذیر محققان، دانشجویان و اساتید ایرانی و از جمله اساتیدی که امروز در این نشست حضور دارند میسر شده است.
Obviously, these developments have been made possible by the strategic vision of the leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran, self-belief and the tireless efforts of Iranian students, researchers and the professors, including the professors who are present in this meeting today.
در پایان از جناب آقای پروفسور اقبال رئیس محترم مؤسسه کامستک از حضور هیئت بسیار گرانقدر و ارزشمند ایرانی در این جلسه و از حضور همه شما تک تک در این اجتماع علمی کمال تقدیر و تشکر رو دارم.
In the end, I would like to thank the Honorable Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, President of comstech, all the participants, valuable participants from the Iran, and all the participants for their participation in this gathering.
خیلی متشکرم.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to request Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry to kindly present the Science and Technology Innovation Profile to the Honorable Chief Guest. Jeez.
Profile for every member state. So this is for Iran, and there is a detail of over 100 science parks. About 10 universities of Iran are in the first 1,000. About 4 universities are in the first 400. There are a lot of very interesting information about Iran science and technology. Thank you very much. نوشتن اینا زیباست ولی زبان علمی شما زیباتر میشه.
Excellency, it's an excellent presentation, but the presentation which has been given by your yourself, that was excellent.
Thank you very much. And this is science of this book, which is volume code. and about comstech-oic. And these are some information about comstech. Thank you, comstech again. Thank you, very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to request all the participants to please join us outside for a group photo and then afterwards for high tea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so the online participants are requested to kindly have a look at this activity that is being displayed on their screen, and they can write their answers in the chat box. Yeah. चला गया इसमें।
Okay now? Can you hear it clear? Yes. Have this thought? Is everybody done? Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Okay. So from now on, this is the equal model. So if we trying of the exploration and verification fact the asked question. I'm Karen Abdullah. I'll introduce myself and my team. And this is slide for the time being I want to give you an introduction to who we are and what we have done and what we're here. So basically, we are coming from Outbreak except for the Infectious team who is the professor in Iran University, and also he is here on behalf of the Ministry of Health of the Center for Disease Control. Our institute is part of the international network of public institutes around the world. More than exactly 33 institutes are members of this network. And as Professor Paul mentioned, that mostly they are located in the ex-colonial territories of France. But later there are some other, for example, in Saint Petersburg. I think there's some problem in Saint Petersburg now, but there are institutes in Brazil, in Montevideo, and many other places around the world. So if we want to make our own United Nations, it is possible for us. As it was mentioned in the opening remarks, we have a long history of more than 103 years. And it was just after the Second World War when the pandemic of influenza really did there. And we have a lot of fatalities also in Iran and due to other diseases. So the government approached the French government, French Pastoral Institute at that time, the French government, and asked for their collaboration, and then they agreed to start this institute in Iran. But the fourth institute in Iran, and sorry, I mentioned the first one out of the French territories. So we have old buildings, we have, this is very old. I think it is, they are producing smallpox vaccine some 80 years ago, 90 years ago. And one important thing that they did was to study for plague. Plague was very common in Iran, but we didn't know how to control it. And it was our luck that in 1950s, early 1950s, we received a new director from Hospital Institute of Paris, who had been working for it in Morocco and Tunisia. And so he was familiar with the plague. So it was the right time, right person, the right time, right place, when we realized that this is a big problem in Iran. And we have invested a lot of plague, studying plague. At that time, there was a high fatality rate for that in many areas in Iran. And you see that these lymph nodes, people like this were very commonly seen. And they diagnosed it and they advised some very good control measures on it. Aside from that, they hired some people from the locals. This was later Mr. Hanifi. He was born in the area of the focus of plague in Iran. And he was hired by Pasteur Institute when he was very young. This might be around 1960s. You see how they treated the rats, how to get the fleas, and to study the fleas. And one important point about this slide is that after his retirement, after 10 years of his retirement, we asked him to come back and teach us how to do it. That's very critical. This is in his late years, because sometimes we think that when we have, for example, PCR, modern technologies, so we do not need the old methods, but that's not the case. We still need a lot of people, a lot of experts in the field, for example, for malaria detection, for microscopy. So molecular methods cannot replace the traditional ways. And we are in debt to him because he was the one who taught to me myself how to work with the fleas and with the rats. This is important to train new generation of people. And also it shows that we're talking about a long tradition in our institute. So people learn from each other very often. In addition to that, this is not just the case of dealing with the pathogen, the microbe. You have to study the environment too. How the disease is spread in the wildlife, what are the reservoirs, how the reservoirs live. And that's very interesting picture. They fill the nest of rats with plaster, with liquid plaster, let it dry, and after sometimes after 1 week, they remove all the soil around it. So now they have a big picture of how the nests are connected to each other, how are the tunnels, the chambers, and so on and so forth. They have done several of these for rats, for rabbits, for even for fox, and that's very interesting. Another big problem was the smallpox, and that was a universal problem. So our institute started to produce vaccine, and we exported the vaccine. We gave to WHO and then exported to Iran, Afghanistan, and Egypt. And up to 1981, I think, we produced, 1980, we were producing the vaccine. Then we ceased, there was no need anymore. Rabies vaccine, you know that Pasteur Institute is famous for his anti-rabies vaccine. So that's one of his biggest achievements for Louis Pasteur himself. And in 1922, just after the establishment of the institute, the anti-rabies department was established in our institute, and they started to treat people. One interesting turning point in this history is what happened in 1955 in Iran. In one outbreak of rabies, 27 people were eaten by a rabid dog at the same time, and at different places. Some of them were eaten in the neck and face, and some in the arms and foot, etc. And this is the important, this location of bites are important because the closer the body side is to the nerve, to the brain, to the head, is the faster you get ready. So the less effective your intervention biology. And at the time, the treatment protocol was vaccination, post-exposure prophylaxis, for these people. These people were somewhere far from Tehran, to 48 hours for them to come to Tehran. And then it was the first of that huge number of people at the same time. So they decided to do some kind of clinical trial. It was not randomized, but it was very different. It was in 1955. So they divided these people into 3 groups. 18 people were badly beaten and mostly head and neck, and the others were better. So they gave these 18 people 2 shots of serum and standard vaccination. So this was the first time that they tried to give anti-rabies serum at the same time as a vaccine. And then another group, just 1 shot of serum and vaccine, and the other one just vaccine. And the results were striking. None of the people in the mostly dangerously beaten group died. So 18 people survived. That was striking. So in 1956, I think, the WHO changed the protocol based on the experience that he had in Iran. That's an interesting point. See, outbreaks are not just something that you want to control. You want to learn from it. That's a great opportunity for learning. So look at it in this way. We also produced BCG vaccines since a long time ago, 1947. And there is a proverb started by our ex-director that all Iranians have at least 1 molecule of phosphorus in there because they have been injected with BCG vaccine at least. And then we exported it to different countries. We have some other products based on BCG, especially for bladder cancer. When it was needed, some other vaccines were produced, for example, gonorrhea, typhoid, and more important than that, cholera. Cholera was a big problem in Iran, and even in 1960s, 1970s, they started producing vaccine, and then they administered vaccine in the outbreaks, and it worked. But nowadays, it's not a big problem, so we are not producing it anymore. I think we also have exported it to Pakistan. Well, another achievement that I'm very proud of it, because I was in it since the beginning, was to establish a rapid response team in the closer history of Hospital Institute. In 2006, we suggested why we don't have a rapid response team to detect the outbreaks very short, because time is a very important factor. So this initiative was accepted by the director, later after 2 years funded by the Ministry of Health. And we gathered different specialties, different expertise in our institute, and we established this team. We have epidemiologists, bacteriologists, virologists, entomologists, biotechnologists, medical doctors, and veterinary doctors. So working together and discussing if an event happen, what to do, and of course get prepared for it. And we have done several outbreak investigations in the past 15 years. And this team are also members of rapid response. Well, but something very different from the past was COVID-19. And the rapid response team, in fact, was the first group in the institute, and somehow, and by some degrees in the country, who noticed that we must get prepared for this. We started testing in late January, in fact, 2020. And at that time, if you remember, you did not have access to new testing reagents even. And what we did was based on an old experiment. In 2015, 2014, there was an outbreak of MERS in Iran, MERS-CoV. And at the same time, when we designed and ordered the region for the MERS movie, Dr. Arashkia, who is now with us, said that this will not be the last coronavirus. So let's get prepared for other coronaviruses. And he designed the pan-coronavirus system at that time, and he started our testing with that region after 4 or 5 years. Then we detected the first case. We will talk about this experience in more detail during the course. Then we established the first national COVID-19 lab, and then we expanded it to network in the country. So we will talk about network. And this is very important, and this may be one of the recent activities that we had, not only to detect an outbreak, but to control an outbreak. So this was why we are now a little bit more experienced in controlling outbreaks. Then there was no kit in the market, so we had to establish a system to evaluate the kits and even to distribute the kits around the country. Then we had established several labs, and we wanted to make sure that the results coming from those labs are equal to what we do in our lab. So we had to establish a network on quality assurance program. Then we will talk about during this course about the policy making, that sometimes we change the guidance for WHO, sometimes we prevent importing some kits to country, some kits we should have put in the other country, but we didn't want it for certain reasons. And then we established a system for monitoring VOCs in Iran and multiplex kits for other infections, for other respiratory diseases. And now we have this surveillance of SARS-CoV variants. And beside all of these, Pasteur Institute was a producer of one of the vaccines, in fact, 2 vaccines which were prescribed for our people in Iran. It was a 14-day vaccine. It's called comstech-oic and this is our lab. I think early in 20 or mid 2020. These are our people. And one point about this lab is that you see the shelves are full packed with the kits. And we will come back to this when I talk about the logistics and also about negotiation or coordination between different stakeholders in the field. And these are our people. This is Arash. This is me. This is Sana. Fang is not in this picture. Well, okay. And keeping your people happy is also very important in the logistics. I'll talk about it a little bit. One special aspect of detection of establishing a lab for COVID-19 was the tremendous amount of samples that we received. So this was totally different from all we had in the past. And well, the maximum tests that we had done in the health system in Iran was 25,000 tests per year for influenza before this. And suddenly, we had to test something like 100,000 samples per day. So you see the scale of difference. And this is also something that I will address during my talks and the control measures. This is not something that happens in the beginning, but usually during monitoring and controlling an outbreak. In addition to lab, we were the first epidemiology team, field epidemiology team, who went to the first epicenter of COVID-19 in Iran to see what's going on. And even we did some basic studies to see how disease is transmitted, what is the R0, what is the route of transmission, how it is spread in the city. And among these people, this is Sana again, over there, the last one. And just another question. You see they have these Tyveks and masks, and they have put on their masks in a different way. This one, Sana has no mask. So one of these guys, and also here, didn't get the disease at all. But 3 of them got the disease. This is the third day of taking the first case in taking Iran. So what do you guess? Who was infected? Who was not infected?
exceptional. We don't must.
Why?
Because we are exposed.
All of them are exposed. They went to the hospital, they went to their households, following up the cases. But that's right, only some will get the disease, and I will tell, we will talk about it for the risk management and also for the PPE when I talk about how to put on PPE. So at this point, some didn't need a mask, but the others put on masks for sure. And when they went to the hospital, they used it in the right way or didn't use it at all. Well, so based on this experience, we started to establish this network for monkeypox. We developed a new diagnostic kit, we rolled it out in the network that we have. And we detected the first case of Al-Qaeda, the only case so far of monkeypox in Iran. And this is recently just published last week by Ali Maliki, another member of our team. And this is the number of labs that we have in this network for different diseases in Iran. Most of them are within the same lab, but the activity belongs to different networks. So here we have CCHF, what is this? SARS-CoV-2 variants here, monkeypox and CCHF. And you see how spread the network is in the country. And the more populated area have the bigger number of the labs. And just to give you an estimate, if you know, Iran is 1,600,000 square kilometer vast. I think it's twice or something like that of Pakistan, right? Okay. And the population is like 3 lakh? Okay. And the population is almost 85 million people. So it is very difficult. We need a very big network for that. And so this is working out now, and it's very good. We are pretty proud of it. Okay, coming back to the course. The first time that it was introduced, well, I knew about the outbreak investigation and control even in 2004, 2003, when we proposed the rapid response. But it was the first training that I got. It was in 2007 when GORM was recently established in WHO, and this lecture was given by K. Formenti, one of the pioneers in the board. And he explained to us in the course in Lausanne series how this works. And he showed us this slide. And you will see that in the other presentation that the basics is almost the same. So it doesn't change a lot. Maybe for some specific, some fine adjustments are needed. But it is a matter of coordination between different activities. And that's why this is not a course, or this is not training, or it's not an activity. For that one person, we want a specialty. We are not here as virologists, as medical doctors, approach with medical doctor, and the medical doctor needs to know many things. But anyway, what he knows is not sufficient for this. So you have to work with different people. You have to understand them. And even if you are a very good statistician, if you are a very good epidemiologist, you have to understand what a test means and how it is done. You have to know how to deal with, for example, ethical aspects of this study. You have several things to know. Even you have to know how to provide this water to your tea, for logistics. And how many of you have any experience in the operating investigation? I think many of you are epidemiologists or epidemiologists. Okay. And how many of you are in the lab? Most of you. Okay. So some aspects might be boring for you, for each of you, but I hope that the overall is okay. This course, in fact, the way that we were trained was before COVID, was in the 1 week courses provided by WHO And it was, they were really a series of scenario-based courses. And the first one, in this series was established, was held in 2015 in Dubai, by WHO. And why I showed you this photo is that because this course was managed, the program came from WHO, but it was managed by people in Malaysia University. So you may find familiar faces in this photo, this group photo, and I'm sure that there are many trained people in Pakistan. Even when we visited NIH last Friday, we noticed that the amount of experts is very high. But as I mentioned in my opening notes, that we need to train more and more people. This is not just, we cannot confine it to an NIH. At the local level, even you need to have people with that expertise. And also, it gives me another point that we are not here to teach. We are to share our experience, and we are here to learn from each other. So each country has its own situation. For example, in interagency coordination, what we know is totally different from what you are practicing now in Pakistan, because the structure is totally different. So we will just give you some points, and then we may discuss how we work here. And to introduce you the team, the lecturing team, this is Dr. Arash Alashia. He is the assistant professor of medical biotechnology. He is expected to be promoted to an associate professor in a couple of months. He is the head of virology department, Pasteur Institute of Iran, and he has a long experience in giving lecture on biosafety and biosecurity, mostly biosafety. And he has recently freshly come back from Wuhan Institute of Virology in China after 2 weeks training on biosafety and biosecurity. So he has a lot to tell you. And yes, this is Tanya Babari. She is assistant professor of epidemiology. She was mostly involved in data curing and preparing the analysis of the data in the epidemiology committee of COVID-19 committee in Iran. So she has a lot also to tell you about epidemiology. And then the coordinator of our team, our board here, Sana Tush, she is an associate professor of epidemiology. She was a member of the COVID-19 epidemiology team committee in Iran, and she had done a lot in this field for collecting data, for interpreting data. And at some point, she was the one who had all the data, epidemiology data of the country. And that's me. And we took this photo just last week when we were in Tehran airport coming through here. And at that time, Dr. Shetty was not with us, so we have another slide for him. As I said, I'm a professor of medical biotechnology. I'm a medical doctor and a PhD in biotechnology. And right now, I'm the head of the virology division of Pasteur Institute, which is composed of 5 different specialized departments and something like 27 faculty members. And I have been the head of rapid response team for almost 16 years, from 2005 to 2021. And I was also a member of the National Laboratory for COVID-19. And this is Dr. Babak Shetty. He kindly accepted our invitation to join us. He is associate professor of epidemiology, but more than that, now he is the acting director of the CDC, the deputy director of the CDC. So he knows a lot about the control measures, especially and also the detection. And during this course, we will try to interrupt each other because we want to comment on each other's lectures. So don't worry about it. If you want to do it too. And I hope that we have a good course together. That's very important. And learn from each other, and also establish a long-lasting network with each other. As I said in my opening remark, this is another respect borders. So anything happens here is important for us in Iran, vice versa. So I hope that we know each other and we keep in touch for a long time. And thank you very much. Any question, comment?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Hi, So my question is, have you working on polio? Because it's already everything from Iran. So what is your strategies that mostly important to eradicate this polio? Because Pakistan and still facing the polio cases. So
Well, Pastor Institute is not really for the AFP and other monitoring, but actually, not very well. So I just wonder if you want to answer this question right now, or maybe during the discussion later. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes. As a matter of fact, we in Iran are in the elimination phase, and we are hoping to eradicate this disease. As a matter of fact, nowadays we have 0 cases of polio, but of course we have many cases of active paralysis, and the confirmation of the polio is the Tehran University of Medical Sciences, the College of Hygiene. It's full of hygiene in charge with the confirmation of the AFP cases in order to see if they are polio cases or other causes. As a matter of fact, most cases of polio are coming from the Afghanistan, in Iran.
yes,
Coming from it. And we actually we try to vaccinate them at the borders, and we have a number of campaigns, active campaigns, door-to-door vaccination program in the affected areas, including the Pakistan, the Pakistan and Afghanistan border, South Khorasan province, and number of other provinces in which Afghan refugees mostly come to those provinces. So generally, we have the eradication program. We have many cases of AFP. We usually confirm them in the School of Hygiene in the Tehran University of Medical Sciences. And of course, we are doing a number of campaigns in order to vaccinate as much as possible, especially if the refugees coming by parliament.
So you are also conducting the season was the best Pakistan
Yeah. Conducting what?
Season based Pakistan for AFP identification.
Sewage.
Or just human samples.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we do it. Human sampling, as a matter of fact, always sampling. No, we don't use, for the moment, yes. Once we had it in the Chabahar, about 2022 or 2021, we had an investigation in the Sistan and Balochistan, and we detected the number of wild viruses in the wastewater.
Yes.
And we, according to the result of that study, we did the vaccination campaign in the whole province in that year. But this was just one time.
Because in Pakistan, we are conducting parallel, both human sample and also
Yeah.
civil based water sample.
Mostly our surveillance system is based on human sample. But the wastewater, we did just once in the Sistan and Balochistan, just one.
Well, I think we will discuss this matter during the course more in depth, because we have experience with other builders and sampling from sewage. So this is done, but not in a national level, national plan. But we do it as a possible. We have some projects. We do it monitor something. We will talk about it.
Talk about our question and answer session.
Okay, yes, and we have question and answer. So you have this. So anybody related to my what do you expect?
Sir, Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Balochistan, sir. Actually, we are neighbors. So
From where?
I'm from Balochistan.
Afghanistan?
No, Balochistan. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, sir, recently we have, we have faced challenges in hospitals of Balochistan with Congo virus, and it was spread. It was suddenly outbreak, and we have faced many challenges to counter it. So, sir, you have done brilliant jobs on different ways. So, sir, how can we get help from Pasteur Institute to help Baluchistan government to counter this Congo virus?
Well, we did not want to solve all problems in the first session. That's not what we are really for. But we are planning to have a established collaboration, especially on CCHF and dengue.
Okay.
So can you tell me what the most recent in terms of HIV vaccination? Well, when I was a PhD student, I used to work on my thesis was develop a vaccine against HTLV1. Then I realized that when I was finished my PhD in 2005, I realized that this is not a big deal. It's not a big problem. The burden is not enough. And I didn't start the vaccine for the HIV because it was all the last race. Because many universities in the West were much ahead of me of us. So we didn't invest on that. And more important than that, okay, order. More important than that is that you do not need a vaccine for controlling HIV. Because you see, now here's a chronic disease. Now you have patients for more than 40 years because you have good drugs. So that's my point. That when you have a hammer, you see everything as a nail. So do not tap on everything. If you know how to make a vaccine, doesn't mean that you really need a vaccine for something. For HIV right now, for preventive, I think now it is not the cost efficient to work on it, at least for us. But because we can't control them, we can do non-medical, I mean, not they are medical, but not drug-based intervention, which work quite well. Okay, so I'll give podium to Dr. Sana Aypush to deliver her lecture. Thank you very much.
این باید همراه باشه تو جیبم بذارم. And this is for
pointer.
Thank you. Hello everybody. You hear my voice? صدا خوبه؟ سرفه دارم. Hello everybody, this is Dr. Sana. I'm coming to you from Pasteur Institute of Iran, and I'm honored to be here. And also, I'm glad that the Comstech have provided this opportunity. And I hope that we have a good discussion about the subjects that I'm going to talk about. Today in my presentation, we will first provide a review on the general framework of outbreak investigation. And we will then discuss about basic terminology, some of the commonly used terms and key concepts in outbreak investigation. Later, we will explore the reasons and advantages of outbreak investigation. We will then explore how we can establish the existence and occurrence of an outbreak, and how we can construct a working case definition. And finally, we will discuss about how we can find cases systematically in an outbreak and record their information into the line list. So as the first subject, I'm gonna talk about the general framework that we should follow in an outbreak investigation. I should mention that Dr. Kayhan, as Dr. Kayhan showed you, outbreak investigation and control is a multidisciplinary approach, and we have lots to do in an outbreak. However, I have simplified the components, key components that we should take into account when we are doing outbreak investigation in order to, in fact, reflect the most important aspects. However, there are some other aspects that maybe in an advanced workshop, we could discuss them also. What is important in an outbreak is that we need to provide a very quick answer and a very quick action toward the outbreak. Besides being quick, we need also to provide the right answer about the source of infection, routes of transmission, the population that are affected. Therefore, what is important to be provided in an outbreak investigation is to provide a quick and clean answer, not a quick and dirty answer. So, in order to achieve this goal and provide a quick and to provide a quick and clean answer, it's better to have a systematic approach, which means that it's better to provide a framework and put every component that we should do in a framework or in a systematic way. To do so, I have provided a framework based on the subjects that will be covered in this course. As I mentioned, and Dr. Kayhan also mentioned, there are some other components, but we will go through these subjects in this workshop. As you can see here, when we identify an outbreak or cluster of cases, first we need to early detect the events. So one important component is early detection of that outbreak. And before an outbreak has occurred, we need to have a planning and preparation, in fact, for combating or detecting the outbreak. So this is before we face an outbreak. And after we realize and we detect the outbreak, there are some activities that should be done. Although I have provided this in the form of steps, but they can be happened interchangeably. The first activity is to establish if the outbreak has actually occurred, and then to construct a case definition that covers all cases of that outbreak. Based on this case definition, we need to search for further cases of the outbreak. And then when we collected plenty of cases, we need to conduct a descriptive study in order to evaluate who, when, and how have affected. And based on the descriptive study, we need to develop hypotheses and then conduct analytic studies in order to test these hypotheses. While we are following these steps, we may need additional samples, such as laboratory samples or environmental samples, and do these steps maybe again and again. And based on the results, we may need to refine our hypothesis and test our hypothesis again and again. Besides these set of classical activities that in classic epidemiology we are learned to follow in outbreak investigation, there are some other important components. For example, we need to know how to communicate our findings during outbreaks and after the outbreaks are over.
Communication of human beings may occur in different steps. For example, when you detect the outbreak, you need to communicate. Then you find some results about the outbreak, you need to communicate. And your audiences also differ. It may be, maybe you need to communicate with the public, or maybe you need to communicate with policymakers or health authorities. The other important component is biosafety and biosecurity. The factors which will be fully discussed by Dr. Parashia. And it's very important to make it safe during outbreak investigation and control. Another component is the privacy of information, which will be covered by Dr. Azarpanish. And this shows that, in fact, what type of data should be shared with whom. So you will be learned that you will not allow to share any type of data with anyone during and after outbreaks. And there are some ethical considerations regarding the outbreak investigation and control, which will be covered by Dr. Risheki. And implementation of control, implementing control and prevention measures. In fact, as soon as we detect outbreaks, we start our control measures. However, as we follow through the outbreak investigation activities, our knowledge about the disease and the outbreak becomes rich and rich. And based on the knowledge we gain during outbreak investigation, these control and prevention measures will evolve and become measurable. The other component that we should take into account during outbreak investigation and control is risk assessment and risk management and risk communication, which are very important aspects during outbreaks, which will be covered by Dr. Azarpanish. And the last component that we will talk in this workshop is the documentation, which also is a very important component. So now that we provided a general framework of what key components of outbreak investigation is, let's delve into the terminology and key concepts in outbreak investigation. As most of you probably may know, there are 4 terms which sometimes are used interchangeably, but they have subtle differences with each other: epidemic, outbreak, pandemic, and cluster. Definition of epidemic is the occurrence of more cases of disease than expected or than usual in a given area or among a specific group of people over a particular period of time. Knowing this definition is very important for outbreak detection. We will go through in the next slides in this presentation. As you can see here, here we have our trend, and this is our expected number of cases based on what we know about that disease. And if we observe such increase in the number of cases in this period of time and in that area and among that population, we may decide that an outbreak has occurred. We may decide. I will discuss why not always observing an increase in the number of cases reveal outbreaks. But what is outbreak? Outbreak is a more localized epidemic, in fact. So it's mostly localized in a village, in a town, or in a closed institution or a closed population. So this is the difference between epidemic and outbreak. And pandemic is an epidemic which affects more than one country or continent. And this is the difference. And cluster is the aggregation of cases in a given area over a particular period of time.
however, without regard to whether the number of cases is more than expected. This is the difference between cluster and epidemic. So in outbreak investigation, we initially detect a cluster. And we should check to see if the number of cases, the increased incidence of cases is more than expected. If it is more than expected, then this cluster would be epidemic or outbreak. The other set of concepts that you may usually encounter during the outbreaks or while you are dealing with outbreak investigation literature include carrier, reservoir, source of infection, host, and transmission modes. Sometimes these type of concepts are also used interchangeably, but they have again subtle differences with each other. First of all, what's a reservoir? Consider this as a concept of reservoir. Reservoir is the natural inhabitant of an infectious agent. In fact, if an agent is dependent to a place, in fact, to an inanimate object or to a living object for its living and multiplication or reproduction, then that place or that animal or that human being would be the reservoir for that infection agent. The reservoir can be anything. Here I have read it: animal, person, insect, environments, or environments such as plant, soil, material, and or a set of them. In fact, one infectious agent can have more than one reservoir. Specific type of reservoir are, in fact, the human and animal. I mean, if the reservoir of a pathogen is human or is animal, in fact, if it's alive, then it's also named as host in the literature. So when you see something such as host, it's in fact the inhabitant of an infectious agent, which is animal or human. The other concept is carrier. Carrier is in fact a host which has no symptom and has the ability to transmit the infection to susceptible hosts. So it has two features. It has the infection. It is asymptomatic. He does not have a symptom and is able to transmit the infection to others. So it's three features. And the other concept is the source of infection. The source of infection can be any living species or any inanimate object, anything. In fact, source of infection is a place from which the infectious agent can be transmitted to the susceptible host through any route of transmission. So it's any location from which the pathogen is transmitted. However, the difference between source and reservoir, host and carrier is that the pathogen necessarily do not need the source in order to reproduce or replace or reproduce or replicate, yes. So source of infection can also be person, animal, or objects and material. From this source of infection, there are different routes of transmission by which the infection can be transmitted to the susceptible host. These include, for example, direct transmission, airborne transmission, oral, vector-borne, or zoonotic transmission. There are different classifications of mode of transmission. I have provided one classification here, but you may find different other type of classification of mode of transmission in the literature. I will go provide a quick overview of some examples of reservoir, source, etc. An example of reservoir are the Clostridium botulinum, which is an bacteria, and due to its environmental conditions, which is stressful for the bacteria, I have no internet. Okay. When the bacteria is exposed to the environmental conditions which is stressful, such as low oxygen, warm temperature, and acidic water, it conforms some spores, and the spores maintain in that environment. For example, what type of environment does have some these features? What do you think? Name an environmental condition which has these features. Can we see that? Can we say that soil and river or seawater sometimes have some features? So when we have some environmental locations that have these features, it's obvious that they become the reservoir of this pathogen. So the living condition of the pathogen will defines the reservoir of that pathogen. Another life cycle of the Clostridium botulinum is, in fact, when the spores go into a better condition. For example, on the seafood, or in processed food, or in the honey, or in the infant gut, because the infant gut does not have that much acid like adults. When the condition is good for the bacteria becomes out of the spore and secretes the toxin. So there are two types of reservoir for Clostridium botulinum. Which is the point in this slide is that the reservoir of pathogens is the result of the living condition of that pathogen. And based on that, you can predict what type of reservoir would that pathogen has. An example of the host is human for SARS-CoV-2, and also we have other type of hosts, but I'm not gonna go through different type of hosts. The final host is the human. And for carrier, you may hear the story of Mary Mallon. Has anybody heard about the story of Mary Mallon?
Yeah.
Would you please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's male, and she has a virus of the fever of typhoid, and she spread to all. That's why she named the typhoid.
Yes, she was a cook, and she was the asymptomatic carrier of typhoid. So she cooked for different families, and finally they estimated that she has infected 51 to 122 people, from which 3 were died of typhoid, and 50, in fact, unconfirmed deaths were attributed to her activities, and she finally and forcibly quarantined twice. The second quarantine was for a lifetime quarantine for 30 years because she refused to stop cooking for other people. And then therefore the health authorities quarantined her for her whole life, and she died in quarantine. And this is a symbolic example of asymptomatic carrier. And the nickname Typhoid Mary is now used in English for people who unintentionally harm other people. So this is a nickname for individuals who unintentionally harm or provide misfortune for other people. And this is an example of the source of infection. As I told, it's just a place from which the infectious agent just transfer itself to a susceptible host. And I guess the last set of concepts or terms are primary case and index case. Have you heard about primary case and index case? Okay. The primary case is an individual who introduces primarily the infection into a population or into a family. But the index case is the individual who primarily detected by the health authorities. So the primary case and index case, not necessarily always the same. We may not be able to find the primary case in an outbreak, but index case is always present in outbreaks. Let's see an example. In a COVID-19 cluster investigation, this is the family. The family is a rectangle. I don't know why. The mother became infected and symptomatic in January 18, but she took medicine on her own and didn't go to for medical care outside the house. Later in January 26, the daughter became symptomatic, but she went to fever clinic. Therefore, in this example, the mother is the primary case of this family, but the daughter is the index case because she was the first case who were detected by the health authorities. And the question is that can we consider the first case known in an outbreak the primary case?
No.
Why?
Because we have not confirmed any history of background, whether it's primary case or not.
Okay. What if we have tracked and reached to a person that we think it's the first case of this outbreak? Can we make 100% sure that it's the first case of the outbreak?
It's not possible, but it's depends if you're working most every week, but it's not like 100%. We cannot detect primary case.
Yes.
This can be a primary case.
Index case can be primary case in some cases, but not in all cases. Yeah. So the answer is no. If we go track back and reach to a person and think that it's a primary case, we will not be able to be 100% sure that it's the primary case. In most scenarios, we will not be able to make sure. We only just consider it to be the primary case. For some pandemics, the primary case will never be identified, especially in pandemics that have asymptomatic cases. If we have asymptomatic cases, it's very hard to determine if we have identified the primary case. So for years, people have blamed the first person who brought HIV to America. However, he might have been the primary case in the USA, but may not. And the answer about the primary case who brought HIV to America remains elusive to date. But why knowing the primary case is important?
You was clear about the infectious disease, from where the infection actually originated.
Not the source of infection. Besides, also it is the potency of the disease. So we can draw inferences about the spread of the disease, the outbreak, how can it affect the people in the population?
Good.
How originated the disease?
Yes, yes, pretty good. Yes, one reason is that while we especially in some outbreaks, while we detect the first cases or initial cases of outbreak, it can show us more and more about the source of the outbreak, possible trigger factors or possible transmission modes. It provides more clue about that outbreak. In some outbreaks, it may not provide any special information, but in some outbreak, it's important. Also, in a long term, knowing these information about outbreaks may not be practical at the moment, but in many years later, it's some implications for that may appear. So it's good to know more and more about outbreaks. Another implication for knowing the primary case is for forensic reasons. Sometimes we are looking for any intention in infecting a population or something like that. And for forensic reasons, sometimes finding the primary case would be important. One question at the beginning of an outbreak is that should the outbreak be investigated? Or should any outbreak be investigated? Maybe yes, but different teams respond to a single outbreak in different manners. So if we observed or we encountered an outbreak in Pasteur, for example, in Iran, Pasteur Institute may respond differently. And if it's in the Pakistan, you may decide to respond it differently. For example, to do an extensive outbreak investigation or a limited or localized outbreak investigation. Mainly, the decision regarding whether and how extensively to investigate a potential outbreak depends on a variety of factors. That's why I'm saying that different teams respond differently to a single outbreak. I have categorized these factors in 3 main domains. Factors that relate to the health problem and to the pathogen and the disease itself. Factors that relate to the health system infrastructures, and some public, political, and legal factors that affect our decision about how extensively we need to investigate the outbreak. But what are the factors related to the health problem and the disease? In fact, if it's more likely to conduct outbreak investigation if the illness is a serious one. If it is serious and the risk of hospitalization, complications, and deaths is high, then it's more likely to that we conduct an extensive outbreak investigation. Another factor is that if the population that are affected are large. For example, for a very limited outbreak, we may not conduct an extensive outbreak investigation, or we may not go for field investigation. We may collect remotely the data. So if the population that are affected are large, then we may need to do an extensive outbreak investigation. If the disease is highly contagious, so it's the risk that it will soon affect others if we do not do anything or we do not perform outbreak investigation and control efforts. And if the disease is new or this is a rare disease, then we again need to know more about the disease and do field investigation and outbreak investigation. But for well-established transmission patterns and control measures, we may not do an extensive outbreak investigation. Here is an example. Consider a single case of gastroenteritis. Do you do outbreak investigation for a single case of gastroenteritis? What about 5 or 10? Do you go for field investigation for 5 or 10 cases of gastroenteritis? We don't go either. What about a cluster of cases? For example, a cluster of gastroenteritis cases in a village, for example, maybe 50%. No, why? 50% in a village.
Yeah, sometimes some infections are indigenous to that population.
Yes, but we are talking about outbreaks. What if it is an outbreak and affecting 50 people? Let's go for outbreak. Okay. What about a single case of botulism? Highly fatal. It's a highly fatal problem, and there may be a source that may infect other people. So a single case of botulism needs quick action and field investigation and to control for that. So, as we talked about aspects of the disease itself, now I would like to go through the factors of the health system that affects our decision for outbreak investigation. In fact, field investigations place a burden on the health systems. So the decision to do field investigations and how extensive the field investigation should be depends on the availability of trained staff and resources, as well as competing priorities. For example, if a resource-limited setting is struggling with some basic programs such as maternal child health or children vaccination, and can the system afford for a field investigation of gastroenteritis of 50%?
Yeah.
May not, because it's a resource-limited setting. It has difficulties with affording trained staff for outbreak investigation. It has some priorities that cannot be done very perfectly, and now he's facing an outbreak. Maybe a small outbreak investigation, maybe they afford. It depends on the health system. I want to say that these are factors that affect the decision of the health system in order to which outbreaks to do extensive outbreak investigation and how to do outbreak investigations. And there are also some sometimes there are concerns by the public that that make us to do outbreak investigation. For example, if there are a cluster of cancer cases in a neighborhood and fear in the public has been spread, yeah, there is a spread of rumor and fear in the public about possible intentional or criminal or bioterrorism activities that have resulted in these cancer cases. Then the health department is responsible to provide documents and to end these rumor and fear in the public. And this is the responsibility of health department to do field investigation, even if the health authorities believe that there is no causal link between cancer and any environmental hazards. But it's a responsibility of the health department. So these are factors that affect our decision for doing outbreak investigation. And sometimes there is a force by the law. For example, in the US, if 3 or more workers in fact, in a workplace require outbreak investigation, then the CDC's National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health is responsible to do a field investigation and outbreak investigation in that workplace. So sometimes the outbreak investigation is forced by law. But what are the advantages of outbreak investigation? In fact, reasons and advantages of outbreak investigation are a lot, but four key advantages of outbreak investigation include the control and prevention of the health problem. It's a research and a training opportunity, as Dr. Kayhan said, and it's an opportunity for evaluating the public health programs. And in the next slides, I will go through more about these advantages. As I told, the first advantage is the control or prevention of health problems. Probably this is the initial and primary objective and advantage of outbreak investigation. We are doing outbreak investigation in order to better control the infectious diseases. By doing outbreak investigation, we will understand what is the causing agent that made the outbreak, what's the natural course of the disease, what is the transmission mode, and what control measures can be made in order to control this outbreak. Sometimes, even if the outbreak is over, we need to do outbreak investigation still. Why? This is because we can provide further knowledge about these factors and prevent future outbreaks based on what we learned from this outbreak. So even if the outbreak is over, we may decide to do some field investigations and outbreak investigation. But another important advantage of outbreak investigation is research, doing research. As Dr. Kayhan told, it's a very good platform for learning and doing research. And Dr. Kayhan also mentioned one experience in Pasteur Institute, which was happened during the rabies outbreak. Which Pasteur Institute could find a new treatment for rabies cases, which was serum therapy. So, as I told, for example, for the rabies case, rabies example, for such diseases, we usually do not have enough cases to do research or to do randomized trials and do clinical trials. So when these outbreaks happen by nature, in fact, the nature provides an opportunity for us in order to learn from it and to find some clues in order to better control such diseases. So we should look to the outbreaks as an opportunity for learning and for doing research. Some examples for research activities that have been done during outbreaks in recent years are provided here. We provided an example about the rabies serum therapy. And here are some other examples. For example, a new Ebola vaccine was tested in the outbreak of Ebola in West Africa. And the vaccine was then later used to control the outbreak in DRC. And here, this is a photo of a vaccination campaign of Ebola in the DRC. This vaccine was previously tested in the outbreak of Ebola in West Africa. Some new drugs are tested in outbreaks. For example, during the COVID-19 outbreak, there was different countries that participated in a big solidarity clinical trial for COVID-19 drugs. And Iran was also part of that. I don't know if Pakistan was participated in this solidarity trial. It was conducted by, managed by, coordinated by WHO. And it was an example of how we can use epidemics and pandemics to test new drugs to better control the disease. The other research activity is the real-time pathogen sequencing. Previously, it was just used for control of the disease, but currently it's also used as a research tool in outbreaks. It provides clues about the source of infection, transmission routes, and transmission dynamic, and it can help us to better target the intervention. For example, if we were not able to identify the variants of COVID-19, we would not be able to identify and to realize why COVID-19 vaccines fail to affect and fail to be effective later during the pandemic. But it was partly because of new variants, and this is because our ability to identify the variants of COVID-19 and better target our interventions. And later, vaccine production companies started to generate new vaccines based on the new variants. And this is because of our ability to do real-time pathogen sequencing. And the other line of research was the faster evaluation of new diagnostic tools that has been possible during outbreaks. We have done this in Pasteur Institute also. I should mention that we have followed all these activities during the COVID-19 pandemic in Iran. We investigated and launched different large multi-center clinical trials and tested some types of COVID-19 vaccines. We participated in WHO COVID-19 trials for COVID-19 medicines. We done real-time pathogen sequencing, and we also developed and tested a number of diagnostic kits. So doing research is one important component of outbreak investigation. The other advantage and implication of outbreak investigation is to evaluate the health programs. Consider a disease such as HIV. If you are having a control program for HIV and you observe an outbreak of HIV in some part of the country, this shows that some aspects of that program does not work well. And you should do outbreak investigation and see what's the problem. So observing outbreaks shows our weakness in some aspects of our health programs. For example, there might be a population that have been overlooked in your health program. An example is the measles outbreak among Afghan refugees that we observed in Iran. In fact, our measles vaccination targeted Iranian population, and after we received a huge number of Afghan refugees, we observed some outbreaks of measles, and outbreak investigation revealed that most clusters involve Afghan children. So we designed and implemented vaccination campaign among Afghan population as well. So observing outbreaks may reveal that you have overlooked the population, or may indicate that failures in interventions is the case. For example, as I told, HIV outbreak among people who inject drugs may show that your harm reduction intervention does not work well. And you should do the outbreak investigation and field investigation and see why this has happened. And changes in the infectious agent features. Sometimes outbreak is because that the infectious agent have changed its features. For example, new variants that are not responsive to existing control measures. And the last implication of outbreak investigation would be training. This figure shows some of the key skills that field investigators and outbreak investigators need to have, which include epidemiological knowledge of quantitative data analysis, ability for logical thinking, ability for problem solving, and knowing about diplomacy. These, in fact, skills usually improve with practice and experience, and outbreaks are a good opportunity to gain these skills. That's why usually a trainer is joined to the outbreak investigation team in order to provide help for outbreak investigation and learn about these skills as well. Okay, any questions so far?
To compare my abilities, my skills in Vietnam and interviewing about.
Excuse me?
Interviewing.
Okay. Yeah.
So just to tell you a story, in one occasion, we went for an investigation and we were interviewing relatives of some people who have died during the outbreak. And I'm a medical doctor, so I'm supposed to be good in talking to people and interviewing them. Then I realized that my colleague who is her boss, he is a vet. And then I realized that because he was trained to ask the question from relatives of owners of the, for example, pets or animals. So he collects better information than when I collect information, because I'm trying to talk to people to gain information from them directly. Yeah, but he was better. Maybe this is also true for pediatricians, because the children cannot talk, so maybe they can do the interview with relatives better than the other doctors.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. argues my conclusion. He is also a medical doctor and
Maybe epidemiologists are good at negotiation.
not seen that so far.
Okay. So now that we have laid the ground on the basic concepts and implications of outbreak investigation, I would like to go through these steps. I will provide you with discussions on these 3 steps, and later my colleagues will go ahead with the remaining concepts. So first, we would like to talk about how we can establish the occurrence of an outbreak. The question is that how we can identify clusters or outbreaks. First of all, how clusters and outbreaks are uncovered or are detected. Yes. The most common method to uncover outbreaks and clusters is by analyzing surveillance data. In fact, detecting outbreaks is one of the key functions of the surveillance system. As you can see here, these are the trends of ILI cases, influenza-like syndrome cases, and we have a peak here, which, and this is the result of the analyzing of surveillance data. These are the number of cases by day, and you observe a peak here, and this is what, yes, this is what probably an outbreak. However, in some countries, especially resource-limited countries, some of the surveillance systems data are not reliable and may not be perfect tools to detect outbreaks. In these settings, another methods for outbreak detection can also be used. Also in developed countries, these methods are also used. So another way to detect outbreaks is by reviewing microbiologic isolates from hospital patients. This is a routine practice that is done by hospital infection control staff. They do it for their own hospitals so they can detect clusters and outbreaks of special microorganisms in their hospitals. Besides, these data are also reported to the Central Health Department where the staff in the Central Health Departments also do the review of microbiological isolates, and they will be able to detect if there are any networks of clusters of special microorganisms and report any national level outbreaks. Another way to detect outbreaks are through alert clinicians. This would be a common and this is a common way and a common method for detecting outbreaks both in developed and developing countries. For example, the emergence of West Nile virus in USA in 1999 was uncovered by a call from a physician who seen just 2 cases of encephalitis. So by seeing just 2 cases of encephalitis, he called the health department, and by doing field investigation, they realized that there is an emergence of a new virus. Another example is the inhalational anthrax in USA in 2021, which was diagnosed by a physician and reported to the health department. And Dr. Kehan has a good example in this year for CCHF, data.
In addition to the information you receive from the health professionals, the health of health professionals is also important. So the first case of CCHF in recent years in Iran was discovered when a medical doctor passed away in 1999. Yeah. 1999. Yeah, we use a different calendar. Anyway, and then the health system was alarmed that there is something wrong, and then they started to investigate it. Then we established a national reference lab for CCHF. But if you remember, I mentioned that Razi in 12th century, Jordani in 12th century has described symptoms of this disease in the region. So it's not something new. Has been here for 800 years at least, but needed a trigger of dying the healthcare professional to alarm the system. So
yeah, sometimes
killing the medical doctor is also a good way to seek the attention of the health system.
a good indicator of outbreaks.
It's fine.
Yeah, sometimes by the disease of the health personnel and the medical doctors, yes, you can detect outbreaks. And the other source is the patients or the people in the community. Sometimes people detect a cluster of cases and report the health department, and through that we can be aware that an outbreak has occurred. But regardless of how the health system is notified about an outbreak, the first task is to verify if the cluster we have detected is actually an outbreak. We should know that if it's an outbreak or not, or just an aggregation of cases. So you remember the definition of outbreak and epidemic I provided at the first slide of my presentation, initial slides. We told that it's the occurrence of more cases of disease than expected in a given area over a particular period of time. So we need in order to decide if an outbreak has occurred or not, we need to identify and determine what is the expected number of cases in that period of time in that population. So if we know the expected number of cases, we can compare the observed number of cases with the expected and decide if this cluster is an outbreak or not. But how can we identify the expected rates? It's written here, but don't look at it and tell me. How can we identify, we are observing this number. How can we decide what should be this number? What is the expected and usual number?
Comparing the present data with the past.
Yes, one important approach is to comparing the number we are observing now with previous weeks or for seasonal infections with the comparable period of time in past years or past seasons. So one way is to by comparison. In fact, the actual way is by comparison the rates with comparable periods of time. For diseases that have notifiable reporting system, in fact, for diseases that have surveillance system, this would be much easier because we have the rates for different periods of time in previous days, weeks, and years. So we can compare what we are seeing now with the previous rates. So for notifiable diseases, we can just go for surveillance records. However, in resource-limited countries, sometimes surveillance system data are not reliable. In such cases, and also for diseases that we do not have surveillance system, we need other sources of data in order to see if the number we are observing is more than expected. What are these data sources? For example, for locally available data, we can use hospital discharge records, mortality statistics, and health registries. It's more preferred to use locally available data because we are dealing with the local epidemic and we want to compare the rate with comparable rates in that area. So for local data, these sources of information can be used. But if the local data is not available, we can instead use the national rates or conduct a telephone survey of physicians in that place and ask if they are seeing more cases than usual. So a telephone survey of physician would be another method. Another method would be to do survey on the community. We will have an exam on CCHF, have an example on CCHF, which we will talk about a survey that we are going to conduct in the community. So through these sources of information, we should estimate the expected number of cases, and then by comparing the expected with the observed rates, we can decide if an outbreak has occurred. But a very important point here is that not all type of increase, for example, you can see here, we have a peak here and one here. But you should consider this, that not all increases in the observed number of cases always show that we have an outbreak. Even if the observed number is higher than the expected number. Okay? Even if the observed number is higher than the expected number, it's not necessarily mean that we have an outbreak. What can be the reason then? There are other alternative reasons that we observe a significant increase in the number of cases, which is higher than the expected, but we are not facing an outbreak. Here are some of the alternative causes. For example, if the local reporting procedure has changed. For example, if the policy is to increase the sensitivity and reporting more cases, active finding of cases and reporting of cases. In this way, you will find more cases and report more cases, and so your observed number of cases will increase. If through some health programs, the population awareness has changed, and they are more referring for screening, they are referring more for testing, then you will find more positive cases, but you are not facing an outbreak. If we have more responsible physician, infection control nurses, or healthcare staff that are responsible for finding and reporting cases. If they are more active, they will find more cases and they will report more cases. So if there are any changes in the staff and the staff practice differ and is much better, then you will find more cases and you may see some patterns in your in your graphs. Sometimes changes in case definition will dramatically increase your in what you see in your graphs. For example, this is an example for COVID-19 in China, and they changed the definition, case definition, and broadened it. So much more cases would be included by that case definition as a COVID-19 case. And including those cases in the case definition, the number of positive cases increased dramatically. So changes in case definition and making much broad will change your pattern. And improvement in the testing capacity. This example, I think, shows changes in testing capacity. As you can see, these are all number of cases that are already available in the community. But previous testing capacity, these cases were identified. But here, the government increased the testing capacity. More tests were done in the population, so more cases were found. And this is the change that Dr. Bindi graphs. Sometimes improvement in the diagnostic procedure. For example, a new kit is being available, which is more sensitive. So more sensitive cases will find more cases. So this also can also impact your graphs, and sometimes misdiagnosis or lab errors can also lead in false positives, which can change what you observe as your observed cases. And the final example or final justification for observing the increased number of cases is in areas which you will see a dramatic rise in the population, the general population size. For example, if you are working in a region which is a migrant farming area. So in farming seasons, you will receive much more population in that city. So higher population sizes will result in higher number of cases, regardless of happening at outbreak or not. Or in resort areas, such as here, you will have more population during hot seasons or for holidays. Can you provide another example of locations that face dramatic population change in some points of time?
Refugees camp.
After political instability in some countries, the neighboring countries may face,
Yes, migration.
migration. Another example?
Flood affected when there are malaria and dengue mostly affected.
Population, I'm talking about human population changes.
So when there are like refuse campaigns.
Yes.
Yes.
Refugee
Displaced
camps,
people.
Yeah.
are example. What? Displacement of, displacement of people.
Religious gathering.
Religious gathering, thank you. Yes. Any gathering, especially religious gathering. And one quick example is college towns. For example, during the college seasons, maybe it's in September in Pakistan, students go to another city, which, for example, maybe your university is most located in Karachi and Islamabad. Yes, these two cities may be considered as college towns. So they receive a number of students during special times in the year, and it may affect the number of cases that you find in these cities. Okay. In order for early detection of outbreaks, what I provided so far is the theoretical basis of how we can decide about the occurrence of an outbreak, how we can interpret our graphs and see if it's an actual outbreak or not. But currently, detection of outbreaks are mostly are mostly facilitated through artificial intelligence and computer softwares. Some of these tools include PROMET, HealthMap, GORM, etc. They receive data from different sources, analyze the data, and provide reports and notifications about occurrence of outbreaks. However, as Dr. Eshrati will go through early detection of outbreaks, I will not delve into these concepts, and we will have these discussions in the lecture by Dr. Eshrati. So, another step during outbreak investigation is to construct a case definition. In fact, when we realize that an outbreak has occurred and we establish the occurrence of the outbreak, we need to provide a clear and practical case definition in order to decide who is infected and who is not infected, who is within this outbreak and who is not within this outbreak. There are some points in defining the case definition. In fact, case definition is an important component of outbreak investigation, both for clinical diagnosis and for public health surveillance. So both for management of each patient in the clinic and for surveillance and finding further cases, you need to define a clear and concise case definition. Case definitions usually includes a number of clinical criteria and may also include some information about person, place, and time. It may include or may not include. Here is an example. The clinical criteria of a special disease include fever, what is equal to or more than 40 degrees centigrade, 3 or more loose bowel movements per day, and myalgia or muscle pain, which is severe enough to limit the patient's usual activities. As you can see in these 3 criteria, The criteria and clinical criteria of case definition should be simple as possible, and should be objective. So objective means that you can easily can measure it. So for example, you can ask easily if your muscle pain is severe enough to limit your daily activities, and he responds yes or no. Or you can ask how many loose bowel movements have you had today. So it should be simple and objective. Sometimes restriction by person may be required. For example, we can limit our case definition to person with no previous history of a positive tuberculin test, or for only to person who are at premenopausal. Sometimes restrictions by place may be needed. For example, we may restrict our definitions to residents of an area or to employees of a specific company. And sometimes restriction by time may be required. For example, we may limit our definitions to person with the onset of illness within the past 2 months, no further. There are 2 important and essential points to remember. One is that whatever the criteria for case definition is, it should be defined in a way that it can be applied to all persons under investigation. So we should consider it. And the other point is that the case definition must not include the exposure or the risk factor of what we are interested in. Here is an example. If our hypothesis is that the person who worked in the Block A wing of a company, if these persons are at greater risk of disease, then this case definition would be incorrect. Illness among persons who worked in Block A with onset between blah, blah. Why this is incorrect? Because working in Block A is our question. Our question is that, is working in Block A risk factor for getting this infection or not? So we cannot put it in our case definition. Why? Because all cases that we include will then be from Block A, and we will not be able to test if being in Block A is a risk factor for being infected. Alternatively, this case definition would be a correct and true case definition: illness among persons who worked in the facility. So by collecting data from all cases in the facility, you will be able to compare the infection rates in those who are in Block A with those who are not in Block A. And we find that if working in Block A is a risk factor for getting the infection. So the point is that our risk factor of interest should not be included in the case definition. Another point about case definition is that diagnosis of cases mostly is not certain, particularly early in the epidemics. Remember the COVID-19 pandemic. The case definition in the early days was not so certain, and the case definition changed gradually as we got further and further knowledge about the disease. To address this uncertainty and to provide more flexibility in the outbreaks, we usually have 3 types of case definitions: confirmed cases, probable cases, and suspected cases. Confirmed cases are usually those who have a lab verification. So if we have a lab verification for a patient, we usually classify it as a confirmed case. But probable cases are those who do not yet the lab confirmation, but has typical clinical features of the disease. So we are somehow sure that it's probably a case, but we need the lab results still. And the suspected cases usually has fewer of the typical clinical criteria, fewer number of typical clinical criteria. So the advantages of this type of case definition is to allow for uncertainty and create flexibility. And here is an example of case definition, but as we are running out of time, we may discuss it, Dr. Kehan, we may discuss it in the last session, which we have sharing experience.
We have some, well, some not very good, some very good experience with case definition in the beginning of COVID-19. That's why we is the first case that we could take them much earlier. Though maybe the result was not very different, but the big question of course, because of case definition.
Okay, our exercise today is about case definition at all, yes. So now that we have delved into the construction of a case definition, the next step would be to systematically search for cases based on this case definition. You may know that in outbreaks, the first cases that are referred to the health department are a small fraction of the actual population that are affected. So we need to systematically go through finding further cases and to see what's the extent of the problem. So some of the approaches that we can follow to find further cases include by through gaining knowledge about healthcare practitioners and facilities, through stimulated or enhanced passive surveillance, for example, asking for reports of similar cases via letter. This means that health departments send a letter to peripheral settings and ask if they have similar reports of the disease, or doing active surveillance by telephoning or visiting the facilities in order to find and collect further information about further cases. And also by alerting the public directly through, for example, local media, alerting the public and requesting the public to refer to the health department if they have similar problems. These are some of the key methods that you can follow in order to find additional cases. And this is an example of alerting the public. For example, in an outbreak of listeriosis in 2002, which was caused by contaminated Turkey. Announcement in the media alerted the public to avoid the implicated product and also instructed them to see the physician if they develop symptoms based on the case definition they provided. If we have a restricted population, for example, we have an outbreak in a local population such as cruise ship or school or workplace, and many cases are mild or asymptomatic, we may require to collect the data from all the patients or all the population of that community. For example, all the children in the school, we may evaluate all the children in the school, and this is to evaluate what is the course of the infection and what's the extent of the problem and outbreak. Another method is to distribute a questionnaire in order to the public, in order to gain better understanding about the clinical, in fact, symptoms of the infection. Some extra lab specimens could also be collected in order to determine the number of asymptomatic cases. So if you are suspected that the disease have also an asymptomatic feature, you need to collect lab specimens from asymptomatic, a random sample of asymptomatic cases in order to see if there are any cases who are left asymptomatic. And also, we can ask case patients to see if they know any other individual in their community or in their circle who have the same condition and report them to the health department. But when we identify cases, what type of information should we collect from each patient? There are specific and necessary set of information that should be collected from each patient during the outbreak investigation. These set of information are usually or almost always collected through special forms, which is named as case report forms or CRFs. Those CRFs. CRFs during outbreaks can be developed by the outbreak investigators themselves, or they can use or modify already existing CRF forms. But the information that should be covered in CRFs are listed here. The first type of information is the case's name. This is for identifying the case and also for checking if duplicates records are added into our line list. The other is the phone and contact number of the case. This is for contacting the patient for additional information if required, as also to report the lab results to the patient. The other is address. This is for mapping the geographic extent of the problem, sometimes for doing GIS analysis. Demographics of the patient, such as age, sex, race, occupation, etc. This is to conduct a descriptive epidemiological study and to characterize the population who are affected. For example, if specific occupations have been affected, for example, we have this issue in the CCHF outbreaks. Sign and symptoms of the disease. This is to verify that our case definition for each case have been met. Date of onset. We will ask it to chart the time course of the outbreak. Duration and outcome of illness, and this is to characterize the natural history and natural course of the disease. And risk factor information, which should be collected in order to better identify the risk factor of the disease. And one point here is that the risk factors that we are listing in our CRF should tailor the disease natural course and natural history. For example, for hepatitis B, asking questions about food and water does not make sense because hepatitis B is not transmitted through food and water. So for an outbreak of hepatitis B, we will not ask food and water consumption in our CRF. And the final information is the reporter information, which is the physician, the name of the clinic or hospital, or the name of the lab and contact of the reporter. This is for further follow-ups with the physician and the hospital. And based on the information we collect in our CRF form, we will provide a line list for our patients. Each row in the line list show the information of each patient. Key characteristics of the patients are provided in columns, and the information we provided. These line lists will be filled gradually as we find more cases, and we may require to analyze and do our descriptive studies again and again during the outbreak investigation. As this line list is become completed, we may do many analyzing on our line lists. And any questions? No questions? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. And I would like to request everyone to please join us for lunch and the prayer break.
Yes. Shall we start? Hello, this is Dr. Fahime. Thank you for your attention until this part. In continuation of the outbreak investigation and control of infectious disease course, I'm going to speak about descriptive epidemiology. So, based on the framework of the outbreak investigation, we want to conduct a descriptive epidemiology and study. The descriptive study would be done once the outbreak has been confirmed. And it is a critical step because we need information for make control recommendations, and also we need some information for make hypotheses that are testable with analytical studies. As Dr. Sana said, we need do the descriptive and review the data several times in the outbreak duration, but doing the early analysis help us to be familiar with the data and maybe correct the missing data and error in data. And also we are speak about environmental and laboratory investigation in next steps, but if it is possible to use the data obtained from a laboratory and environmental study in this step, it will be helpful. But it's important before doing the descriptive studies, we find other potential cases, as Dr. Sana said and mentioned that. It is important because we need to know and recognize the true scale of the outbreak, and it can minimize
It helped minimize the biases in the study because if we just focus on the only case identified in early stages of the outbreak, it will lead to some biases. And when we want to do some analytical studies, it can provide more statistical powers for identifying the risk factors. And without this step, maybe inappropriate control measures be implemented. But we need to use some balances to not waste the time for find the last cases and find other potential cases, and this balance is needed for this step. Three components are considered for doing descriptive epidemiology. The first one is analyzing the data through the time. For this purpose, we use epidemic curves. The epidemic curve has two axes. The x-axis is shows the time units, and the y-axis shows the number of cases. The epidemic curves are a basic investigative tools because they can show the magnitude of the epidemic over the time as a simple, easily and visual, understood visual. And it permits to the investigator to distinguish epidemic from the endemic diseases, as Dr. Sana said about that. And the shape of the epidemic after it's recognized can help us to provide some clues about the pattern of spread in the population. Because when we know what is the agent of the outbreak in the outbreak, knowing about the curve, and draw the curve, help us to know where we are in the course of the epidemic. The curve can be useful for evaluation and answer some managemental questions, like how long it takes for the health department to identify a problem, or if we use some intervention, if it's is it worth or not. And the epidemic curves help us to recognize the outliers, and I will talk about outliers in next slides. And in some situation that the disease and its incubation period are known, we can use the epidemic curve for estimate the exposure time for doing investigations and some environmental and laboratory investigations. So for drawing the epidemic curve, we need at least two columns. The first column is in some software like Excel. We need just a column for time of onset of the illness, and the next column is the number of cases in the each time period. Sometimes we don't know about origin or incubation of the outbreak, so we need to draw some several epidemic curves with different units. For example, you should draw some epidemic curve based on hours or days, or sometimes several hours. For example, 3 hours or 12 hours. It can help you to find the best portraits of the outbreak and data. The outbreak curve, the epidemic curve, is overall shaped by, overall determined by the pattern of the epidemic. For example, is it the common source or propagated? Duration of the time over which susceptible persons are exposed, and incubation period of the disease. In this slide, you can see four main types of the outbreak patterns: point source, continuous source, and intermittent. The first one is point source. Point source epidemics are some outbreaks that people are exposed with a common source in a brief period of time or point time, and for example, a meal or in a party. Just assume that in this birthday party, the people are invited and some fruits are there for eating. For example, cupcakes, cakes, fruits, juice, and many things for eating. So there is the time of exposure and eating some suspected things. Just 3 days after the party, two kids show some symptoms in the such stomach ache or vomiting. And after 4 days, four further kids shows the symptoms, and further cases becomes after several days. As you see here, all the people are exposed at the same time, but there is different days and duration for showing the symptoms. The duration between exposure and show the symptoms are called as incubation period. As you see, there is different incubation periods between the kids. This is the minimum incubation period, and this is the maximum incubation period. So what is your idea about this variation, about these incubation periods?
Different systems behave differently with the same point source.
Yes, different immune system, different biological features and characteristics, and also different amount of the meal, different amount of exposure is here important for showing the different incubation period in this case. For calculating the, because there are different incubation periods, we need to calculate the median or mean incubation period. Almost we use the median because for calculating mean and average incubation period, maybe some outliers affect the this number. For calculating the median, we can calculate the number of incubation periods for each people and sort it descending or ascending and find the midpoint of the incubation period. For example, in this case, the mean incubation period is 5.11, and median is 5 days. Maximum and minimum are 8 and 3 respectively. So if we have an epidemic, an outbreak with a steep up slope and more gradual down slope, and we called that's log normal curves. It is characteristic as a point source epidemic. And also, any sudden rise of number of cases suggested that sudden exposure to a common source, that one incubation period earlier. In point source epidemic, all cases occur within the one incubation period. Incubation period has two main uses. If, like the example, exposure time is known, calculating the incubation period can help to narrow the range of possible diseases agent and will therefore direct subsequent laboratory tests and control measures. For example, when we know when the exposure happened, we can, based on the incubation period, we can assume that some which agents could be involved. And if the agent is known, but the time of exposure is not known, the incubation period can determine the approximate time of exposure, enabling the outbreak team to narrow the focus to the remainder of the investigation, including any analytical and epidemiological, environmental, and laboratory components. So let's focus on this epidemic curve. There is an epidemic curve that happened, and we don't know the exposure time, but we know the agent. So there is, for calculating the exposure time, we should first identify the peak of outbreak, that is the most number of the cases, and back count average incubation period. We know this incubation periods based on the text and literatures because we know the agent is what here. So find the earlier cases that are here, and for example, in day 9, I think December, and count back the mean incubation period. The mean incubation period in this case is 2 days. Then find the last cases and count back the maximum incubation period. In this case, the maximum incubation period is 10 days. Then count back 10 days. So the investigators will focus on this time period because it is the estimated period for exposure in this outbreak. The next pattern of the epidemic is continuous pattern. In continuous pattern, we have common source too, but the exposure is prolonged. And the epidemic called as continuous common source epidemics. Exposure is not confined to one point in time and prolonged over a period of time based on the kind of epidemic, for example, days, weeks, or longer. Such as cases are spread over a greater period of time, depending on how long the exposure persists. Last more than one incubation period, it will last. because the exposure is prolonged. And in continuous common source epidemic care, maybe we have increased sharply, similar the point source epidemic, but rather than increase peak, we have a plateau. As you see here, we have sharply increased the cases, but there is no peak, and we have a plateau. The down slope can be sharp if common source is removed. If we distinguish the source and remove it, the common source can be down slope sharply, but if gradual, but if exhausted itself, it will be gradual. For example, a resources container, water container in some rural area. The next pattern of the outbreak is intermittent source. In intermittent source, the epidemic is like a continuous common source, but the exposure is intermittent. So maybe we have multiple peaks, and length is, there is no relation between the incubation period and length of the disease. For example, in contaminated food products that's sold over a period of the time. So you can see here, there is an intermittent common source. The last one of outbreak patterns is propagated source. In this type of pattern, we don't have a common source, but instead it can be spread from person to person. This type of outbreak tends to have a series of irregular peaks, reflecting the number of generations of infection, and multiple peaks is separated by approximately one incubation period. In propagated outbreaks, the shape might show overlapping waves of cases that obscured sequence peaks, and peaks might diminish more slowly over the time. So in this type of outbreak, the curve is relatively a slow and progressive rise. The curve will continue over a period equivalent to the duration several incubation period of the disease. You can see here a curve, a propagated outbreak that is about monkeypox in Italy, and this is a curve for measles outbreak in, I think, Uganda. This is a propagated outbreak that occurred in 2017 in Madagascar, and it is about a pneumonic plague. And you can see here we have multiple peaks. In propagated outbreaks, we have some people who are super spreading. People who are super spreading are able to infect more people And because there is heterogeneous disease reproduction, and they are able to infect more likely people. For example, here you can see a super spreader, people who are responsible for total 49 COVID-19 infectious in direct contact and direct and indirect contact. I think the super spreaders can act as the initial outbreaks, like Marie Malone, that Dr. Sana said about that. And sometimes they can help. Sometimes they can act as make faster to reach the peak of the epidemic and increase burden of the disease. As I said, we can define the outliers based on the epidemic curves. The outliers are the cases who are apart earlier or last of the main body of the epidemic curve. But they are important because an early case may represent a background or unrelated case, maybe, or person who was exposed earlier than other people. For example, a cook who tasted the dish before bringing the meal to the picnic or the party. Similarly, late cases are important because they may represent, again, unrelated cases or cases with long incubation period, or maybe they are secondary cases or people who exposed later than most other. This example, for example, on this case, someone who eating leftovers in the party. Sometimes these outlying cases represent miscodes or erroneous data, but all the above cases are worth to examining carefully because they can identify easily identifiable exposure. The next component for doing descriptive epidemiology is this characterizing the outbreak based on the place and geographic distribution. When we provide some information on geographic extent of a problem and showing the maybe clusters of the clusters or sporadic cases in the place, in the map. Maybe some clusters show some important etiological clues about the outbreak. You can use the spot maps, like here, that shows the place of the living peoples, or using the area maps. Because in the spot maps, we don't know anything about the population who the incidence rate. We can use the area maps for showing the incidence rate who are different in this area. For example, here has more than other higher incidence rate. Other components for doing descriptive epidemiology is characterizing the outbreak based on the person. As Dr. Sana said, we have some questionnaire and interview form for creating.
Yes.
For creating some line list about the outbreak, so we can use these characteristics for descriptive epidemiology. Two most commonly described health characteristics are age and sex, because they are easily collected and because they are often related to some exposure. For example, some risk factors that are related to age or sex. And depending on the outbreak, maybe you need to collect some characteristics about the occupation, race, or other potential personal characteristics. For example, here, they had some outbreaks in a hospital. And so you can see here, they are characterized, the outbreaks based on age, case classification, sex, and other, for example, a staff role and other things that are important in this case. Okay. Any question under here?
Yeah. So spread person spreader, right? It's a speeding spreader. Sorry, I have just skipped the ground. So it's also for you. You can say that as carrier person.
Carrier person.
I'm just spreading.
Super spreading. Maybe some of them are acts as yes, carrier, and they can initiate the outbreak sometimes. But sometimes, like COVID cases, outbreaks, they can act as super spreading and infecting more persons more susceptible persons in the outbreak. They can act in various situations.
Okay, but being immutable, he's not valid immunity state, right? Any person.
I can't understand.
Could you please repeat it?
So you mean that it's related to the immune status?
Immunity.
Not only that, there are many factors.
Okay.
So when you are a carrier, you mean that by tradition. When you are a carrier, it means that you do not show symptoms, but you have it.
Yeah.
You have candidates. So it could be due to many factors. Patient, can you want that?
As a matter of the fact, your answer is in this step. If we are going to find the carrier places, we shall have a definition for them. Usually, it's very difficult to find them. So accordingly, we usually define the cases according first to their clinical situation. Finding carrier patients or carrier cases is very difficult in the outbreak. Usually, this is not the case for the outbreak in the state.
The public management sometimes should have done it. Another factor is to give the massive scaling in China that doesn't work with what they were looking for.
Any more questions? Okay. As I said, one of the reasons for doing descriptive epidemiology is for generate and develop the hypothesis. Also, this conceptual step is an investigation in formulating hypotheses. But in reality, investigators usually begin to generate hypotheses at the time of initial telephone call as as they know anything about the outbreak. And depending on the outbreak, the hypotheses may address some source of the agent, maybe mode of the transmission, or the exposure and risk factors. But keep in mind that the hypothesis should be testable. Since the evaluating hypothesis is the next step that we will talk about that. There are three ways for generating hypotheses. The first one is doing the descriptive epidemiology that I said that I explained that in this section. For example, after doing the descriptive epidemiology, you can ask some questions like if the epidemic curve points to a narrow period of exposure, what event occurred around the time? It can help you to examine the time of the exposures. Why do the people living in one particular area have the highest attack rate? This question can arise from the geographic analysis, and you can make some hypotheses about the place of the outbreak. And why are some groups with particular age, sex, or other personal characteristics at risk, at greater risk than other groups? And when you do some descriptive epidemiology by person, these questions can arise and help you to generate some hypotheses for testing this hypothesis. The next way for generating a hypothesis is considering what we know about the disease itself. When we know what is the agent of the outbreak, we can just review that what is the agent's usual reservoirs, for example, or how is usually transmitted, what vehicles are commonly implicated, and what are the known risk factors in this outbreak. For example, in CCHF, you know that some reservoirs are here and some hosts are included. So you can ask some questions about the exposure or arthropod or tick bites and contact with animals or other things. So when you know what is the agent of the outbreak, you can ask these questions and generate some hypotheses. The third way for generating hypotheses is talk to a few of the cases patients. At the earliest period of the outbreaks, you can have some conversations about possible exposure with the cases, and in some challenges in investigations that yield few clues. Investigators have convened a meeting of several case patients to search of common exposure, and they can make some clues for generating hypotheses. Thank you. Any questions? خانم دکتر ادامه بدم یا استراحت؟
Just threshold, like 5 minutes, don't get sleepy. After that, it is very difficult to listen from exam. So it should be complex. Another problem is this is one of them.
Shall we start? After generating the hypothesis, we should evaluate it. So we are here as the framework. There are two types of the studies that we can use for testing the hypothesis. The first one is cohort studies. Cohort studies are classically done when the outbreak involves a relative small and well-defined population. And frequently, for example, point source outbreaks are suitable for cohort studies. In these studies, people can all be identified for interview or questionnaire, and they can be determined who and what and whether they subsequently became ill. The other option for doing a study, analytical study, are case control studies. The case control studies will be done when the entire population at risk is not well defined, and all those exposed are not defined too, such as a county fair where there is no registration or attendance list. So let's talk about retrospective cohort studies. When you need to do a retrospective cohort, you are here as a researcher. So you need assess the list of the population who were attended in the event and interview with all of them. After interviewing, you can find that some of them are exposed with yes. Yes. Some of disease, some of risk factors, and some of them are not exposed with that risk factors. And you can follow up them retrospectively to find that who became ill and who doesn't. So, in retrospective cohort, studies collect data on the entire at-risk population will be done. And alternatively, if the population at risk are too large, we can use random selection from the population who are attended in the big events. The cohort design compares disease risk in two groups defined according to exposed and non-exposed. An outbreak investigation using the cohort study allows to know about the attack rates to calculate during the analysis stage.
Please share your screen, the
Excuse me, can you?
No, this is not. You can share this.
New sharing?
You are screen sharing, yes.
Oh, from here, click the screenshot. Yeah. And now click on your PPT. Oh, yeah. Yes.
He will help you. No problems coming.
I don't have.
No, not different.
This one?
No, it's not. Below that. The analytical studies.
Yes.
No. Yes. Okay. So for choosing the retrospective cohort, we can use that in groups in Outbreak that the groups are well defined, and we can easily count and is there any problem? And easy to count and within which everyone may be identified, and it is useful for some kind of outbreaks like common events, institutional events, and household events. For in retrospective cohort studies, after collecting similar information for each people, the investigator should calculate the attack rate for those are exposed and for those are not exposed. And when we have three characteristics or criteria, we can consider one factor as a strong suspect. One of them is that when attack rate is high among those who are exposed to the item. The second is that attack rate is low among who are not exposed, and the difference or ratio is high. And the most cases were exposed to the item. So the exposure could explain or account for most of the disease. Assume here we have an outbreak that 54 people were participate in one birthday party or event. So 91% become ill and 60 not ill. So after doing a retrospective cohort, we found that 140 people had been eaten the beef, and 40 people doesn't eat. So we have a crosstab here that we can classify people based on ill and based on exposure. We can calculate the attack rate based on the exposure. Here, the attack rate is 75% in exposed people and near 12% in who people are not exposed. So the risk ratio is 6, more than 6. It means that the exposure, the become ill in people who are exposed with the some risk factor is 6 times more than people who are not exposed with the item. Can you see here that which criteria that we said here are considered at this example? We said that the attack rate in exposed people should be high. You can see here that the attack rate is high in exposed people, and the attack rate in non-exposed people are low. And most of the cases of the ill people are exposed with the item. So we can this item could be a suspected item for and risk factor for this outbreak. There is an example about an outbreak. On September 4, 2018, in a school in China, at least 209 suspected students caused by diarrhea and vomiting. The case was investigated, and they test hypotheses that high risk of food served at the school canteen. They collected information of demographic, refectory records, person-to-person transmission by uniform, and other things that they collected the data. Also, a stool exam specimens were collected. In descriptive epidemiology, they found that no aggregation of dormitories and classes was found. And you can see here the epidemic curve. In this table, you can see the risk factors that were tested for finding the risk factors for this outbreak. As you see, for example, in water container, the attack rate in exposed people was 1, and attack rate in people who was not exposed is less than 1, and risk ratio is 2.6. As you see, the confidence interval here is significant. And in conclusion of this study, they found that most probable etiologic agent was the Clostridium perfringens with contaminated water at contain. As you see here, just 2 people exposed with water container, and all 2 was infected. But because they found the same agent in the water container, it proved that the reservoir was the water container for this outbreak. So they run as a retrospective cohort, and they found the risk factors for this outbreak. Another example is food poisoning outbreak caused by Bacillus cereus in a village in Indonesia. That people was people get infected in iftar ceremony. A case, they define the case as a person who attended in the iftar, and they had some signs. Based on the investigation, 303 villagers involved in the event. And as the result, contaminated chicken was determined at the source of the contamination. You can see here the epidemic curve of this outbreak, and the table which shows the relative risk for food items that served at iftar. You can see here that exposed and unexposed people totally for chicken or for peanuts and other foods. The relative risk here is 1.78, and the p-value is significant, and the confidence interval is significant too. So they found the risk factors and they reported it. The population attributable risk is other item for calculating in retrospective cohorts study. The population attributable risk describes the population of illness in the entire study population that could be attributable to a given exposure, assuming that those who become ill in the unexposed group and a similar proportion in exposed group must be attributable to some else. The population attributable risk percent may actually be underestimated because sometimes cross-contamination occurs. Attack rate in total population and attack rate in unexposed people should be calculated. Then you can calculate the population attributable risk as this formula. For example, in the example about the beef, the population attributable risk is 78.84% in that case.
This is a lot of challenging to achieve. So can anyone explain what does that last line mean? What is the usual solution? Attributable risk is 38%, which is dealing with the data in 4 slides before. This is the last line. This is 78.4. This is based on this data. So what does it mean? Can you explain all attributable risk in this case?
So this is the total cases 154.
Okay.
At beef, who eat beef and not who eat beef. Then L, this is
Okay, sure.
So this is 114 people who eat beef. Then 86 are L and 28 are not.
75% of these people are, yes, exactly attack rate for.
This is 40%, 40 people, 35% not L and 5% who doesn't eat beef. And this is a total. Then how we find this value 2 chi-square. Statistical analysis.
Okay, that's for checking if it's really significant or not.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the meaning of that 78%? Let's see.
78% people are infected.
No, they're not sure.
Okay.
Please. So
So in whole population.
well, I think it's on the other hand. Yes.
78% of the people are at risk risk ratio, and attributable risk is that 3 more people are attributed to be at risk and get the data.
So you mean comparing 75% to 78%?
No, not comparing, but chances of 3 more percent to be at risk, attributable. They are attributable to get the risks of natural perspective of risk.
So you mean that if they are exposed to the risk factor,
34% are expected to get credit.
34% to what? I mean, about what?
75% are already at risk. So attributable risk ratio is 78%. So
Well,
34%.
that's not how much percent. It is really.
Sir, population attributable risk means that this risk actually originates from the exposure to the actual agent.
That's the way to diverse. So 78% is attributable to eating meat. So there are other risk factors, because 5 out of 4 people who have not eaten meat also have got eaten. So there are other factors, or maybe cross contamination, but for 78%, we are sure that, well, we are never sure that the first thing is epidemiology, but it could be attributed to eating.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a matter of the facts here, I think the better definition for that is because we have other things related to the actually this. In this population, if we eliminate the exposure, the incidence of the cases will reduce about 79%. This is important that we eliminate the exposure, we reduce the exposure to 0.
That's impractical, I think. There's another problem. Those 5 people who have not eaten meat may be exposed, may have become exposed to the bacteria which have come from meat in their. So if you are the risk factor
of the patients are related to other.
yeah, if you omit the exposure completely, so then you will not have that 5 people in the course.
Yeah.
So I still stick with this definition. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other question about the cohort studies? Okay. Other study design is case control studies. The title is wrong here. Excuse me for that. In case control studies, we have 2 groups of people who are ill or not ill. So we can ask them about the exposure history and then calculate some risk factor assessments. Determining for doing a case control studies, we need select cases and controls. For determining, for selecting the cases, we need to determine who will be a case. And case definition is important in this stage too. As Dr. Sana said, the case definition usually includes criteria, clinical criteria and restricted to a certain time, place, and maybe certain personal characteristics. The case definition must be clear, objective, and consistently applied. After the case definition is decided on, case patients need to be restricted into the study. How we can recruit the cases? How we can collect the cases information? Can you repeat? We can define the cases based on the medical records, laboratory records, or some clinics that people attended in that. Maybe we can ask the case patients for identify other cases to participate in this study. So, occasionally we don't have a problem for collecting the data about the cases, but the problem in the case control study is choosing the controls, and it is too important for decision about who could be as a control. The controls must not have disease, but they should represent the population in which case happened. In other hand, they could be similar to the cases except to the being ill. The controls provide the level of exposure you would expect it to find among the case patients if there is no association between exposure and the outcome. If exposure is much more common among the case patients than among the controls, for example, the observed exposure among case patients is greater than expected exposure provided by the controls, then exposure is said to be associated with the illness. So how we can choose the controls? Any idea about the ways which we can choose the controls?
Corresponds to is the same population having most all sample characteristics.
Yes.
It should be random. It should be randomly selected because we are selecting the control from the population which are exposed to the risk factor. So I think we should select randomly.
Yes, and what applicable way are considered for collecting the random selection from the same population?
The same population are actually exposed to the risk factor.
Yes. What is your suggestion for selecting the random controls from the same population?
Maybe we have variety and compounding factor that make us control.
Same?
Compounding.
Yes, we choose the controls the same population because we want to raise the risk, the biases in the study. But my question is that one of the ways is random sampling from the source population. But in reality, how we can do this action?
So randomly we select the random sampling, like wall, like most random technique.
Yes.
Yes.
Random of 35.
Random. This is the point.
We can use the same postal codes or telephone numbers shows the area of the population lives. Yes, but it is a little hard for doing. So we can use the, but it is the best one. It is the best one for choosing the controls, but it is hard for in action, but we can use the relatives, friends, or neighbors as the controls because they have same habits, same area, same geography. Yes, and they may be a good control for the disease, for the case control studies. Other option is members of the same institution or organization, and sometimes we need to choose multiple methods of the controls. Sometimes friends or same institution, and sometimes we need matched case and control with each other if we know the confounders about the disease.
and the most typical this matching control.
Most
I think the matching control is most typical when you
yes.
yes.
And you should consider the power of the study because we need enough sample size for doing the case control. So when you have a little number of case and you need a big sample size, you can use the multiple number of case controls for one case. For example, 4 control for one case or 3 or 4 control can be used for just one cases.
What should be the minimum and the maximum limit of the sample size?
You can calculate it based on some assumptions. You should calculate the sample size, and based on you should after calculating the sample size, you should make decision that how many cases you have and how many controls you need to collect. So there is some biases in the case control studies, and one of the most important is selection bias. Selection bias occurs when we choose the case and control in different ways, and some biases related to way that we choose the case and control may rise. So sometimes we know some confounders in the study, so we need to match the case and controls, and it is a little hard in reality. But when we mostly we can match the case and control based on age and gender, and matching factor should be important in the development of the disease, but not in the exposure under investigation. So if you have a factor that you need to test the relation, the association, you shouldn't consider as a matching as a factor for matching. Okay, there are 2 ways to match case and control: the individual matching and group matching. Can anyone tell me what is different between individual matching and group matching?
It's clear from the terms, like individually you match a single case with a control, and group checking the characteristic of a group of cases to control.
Yes. So when we select one case by one control for one case based on the same characteristics, for example, 148 women in case, we should select 148 women in control. Yes, it is a little hard because maybe we couldn't find the probable controls, or may prolong the study duration. But in control, and also we have different analytical approaches for analysis the individual matched studies, but we can use the group matching. In group matching, we just use the same proportion of the characteristics in the case and controls. Then you need completely select all the cases. Then based on the proportion of the for example, age or sex, you can select the controls after that. Okay. In case control studies, we can calculate the odds ratio in these studies. Just assume that there are some cases and some controls. And when we ask about some exposure and unexposures, we calculated this crosstab that classify people in which cell. So we have 27 cases and 54 controls. Then, so you need to calculate the odds ratio among the cases, which is A divided to C, and odds ratio among the controls, that is B divided to D. And for calculating the odds ratio, just you need use this formula and calculate that. For this example, the odds ratio is near to 12. And who can interpret this odds ratio? What this means?
We have compared the cases with the controls, among which those who are exposed among the cases and not exposed, and also among those which are not exposed among the controls and those are exposed. After they compare with, we get the ratio that shows the cases of the factors of exposure, probability of exposure of the population to disease.
Yes, it means that the people who are ill had about 12 times more than people who are not ill for having exposed to the same the risk factors. Okay, as I said, in matched case control, the calculation of the odds ratio is different. So for calculating the odds ratio in these cases, you should just divide F to G for a study. Basically, by using the risk ratio or odds ratio, we can show that there is some association and some chance for doing exposure or some risk for being ill. But we need to show the statistical significance, and we can use the chi-square test or other tests based on the situations. So for doing a statistical significant test, you need just at the first time, first of all, you are generating a hypothesis, then you test it. And at the first step, you calculate some component measurements of associations, so like risk ratio and odds ratio. Then you need to calculate chi-square and other statistical tests to determine the likelihood of the finding an association as large as one basic chance. For example, and occasionally we use the chance of 5%. And if p-value is less than 0.05, it is statistically significant. And you can use the confidence interval too for interpreting the measurement of association like odds ratio and risk ratio, and it is too informative rather than p-value. A narrow confidence interval indicates the risk ratio is fairly precise, and a wide confidence interval indicates that the study is consistent with a wide range of values. I want to ask you about what is the meaning of the risk ratio less than 1? And what is the meaning of risk ratio or odds ratio more than 1? Or when the risk ratio or odds ratio are equal to 1, what is the meaning of this situation?
So if it's equal to 1, there's not relationship. If greater than, then it's relation, and if less than 1, then it's less negative. You can say that linear.
Protective.
Yes.
It's a protective factor.
Yes, 0.43.
Okay. And for confidence interval, when odds ratio or risk ratio is statistically significant, when the odds ratio is not contain the number 1. For example, we can see you can see here that this is significant, statistically significant, because the confidence interval is not involve the number 1. But in this case, the confidence interval in this case, the confidence interval is involves the number 1, so it is not statistically significant. We talked about the studies that could be helpful for testing the hypothesis. Any question until this section? Okay.
Just one comment. You know, I sometimes give lectures on the science, philosophy of science, PhD students, and I get I also describe why it's important for us. So it's the methodological thinking in natural science. That's why it's important. And then when you look at these part 1 and part 2 errors, that you accept, by accepting a certain level of them, then you do the statistical equivalence. So you know, in this essence, you accept that you have some errors. It is either, for example, 5% like this p-value, or for example, 20% for the power of a test, or 20-30%. So you never are sure about the. You cannot be certain that if you have statistically shown that something is significant, it's really significant. And if any of my students say that we proved things or that thing, this or that, on the spot I reject it for that. Because this is not what I expect from a PhD student or PhD to say that yeah, we proved it. We never proved anything in science, science in general, so just my point is that just look at this number, just look at your test, just as a test, as a tool. Even if you show that it is significant, it might be meaningless in the reality. Tomorrow, I think I will talk a little bit about when talking about control measures in epidemiology. I will come back again to epidemiology, and we'll talk about the criteria of causality. So, if you see an association, is it causal or not? And what are the name of the criteria for that? You know? Yes. What are the criteria for causation or causality. Okay, tomorrow I'll describe it. But my point is that do not be fanatic about your finding and your statistic and mathematics. Just look at it in the way it is. It's not worth it.
Thank you, Dr. Kayhan. After doing the hypothesis, after doing the test for hypotheses, you may need to reconsider, refine, and reevaluate the hypothesis. Because unfortunately, analytical studies sometimes are unrevealing. This is particularly true if the hypotheses were not well found at the outset. For example, when you just made hypotheses based on the earlier cases, so maybe the hypothesis is not well generated. So you need, when analytical epidemiology is unrevealing, rethink your hypothesis, consider convening a meeting of case patients to look for common links or visit their homes to look the products or their shelves for more investigations, consider new vehicles, just be open-minded, and consider more modes of transmission that are not common. Even when an analytical study identifies an association between an exposure and disease, the hypothesis may be on it. So that's the end of my presentation. Any questions? No question? Thank you for attention. Okay, it's on my team. I think it is 3 pages. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. We have a couple of examples and exercises. First, I want to review an example of case definition for COVID-19, which was developed and offered by the WHO. And then we will see with each other an example of the case report for CRL. And then we will do a short exercise the colleagues will distribute. This is about how an international case definition would look like. As you can see, they have suggested 3 types of case definition: suspected cases, probable cases, and confirmed cases. Okay. For the suspected cases, 3 different. Sorry, I can't hear myself. Sorry. Okay, I will tell you when to start the exercise. Now let's see what we have here. For suspected case definition, WHO has offered 3 options. So if a patient has each of these 3 options, he or she would be classified as suspected cases. But what are these? The first option has clinical or epidemiological criteria, which shows that any patient that has these criteria, one of these criteria, or an epidemiological link with a COVID-19 cluster would be classified as a suspected case. Another option, which means that if option A is not met, option B can also be met. So if a patient with severe acute respiratory illness is attended to the health department or the clinic, we can primarily classify him or her as a suspected case. And the last option is a person who has not a clinical sign or has not epidemiological criteria, which means that none of these criteria is present. However, the patient have a positive rapid test. So in case one of these 3 options happen, the case would be classified as suspected case. And what about probable cases? For probable cases, there are 2 options. A patient who meets clinical criteria, which is this one of these factors, and is a contact of a probable or confirmed case or linked to a COVID-19 cluster. What does it mean? It means that if one of these clinical criteria is combined with or is present with the epidemiological criteria, the case would be classified as a probable case. And the other option is any death due to any reason, but in fact, death not explained by other reasons, in a way that the adult has respiratory distress before death. In such cases, the patient would again be classified as a probable case. One item that should be also should be present is that the patient should also have to meet the epidemiological criteria. This one. So any death that is linked with epidemiological criteria would be classified as probable case. And in confirmed case, there are again two options for confirmed case. The one is a person who has a positive PCR test, which is obvious, would be the confirmed COVID-19 case. And the other is a person who meets clinical criteria and or epidemiological criteria with a positive antigen test, which means that if the case meets one of these criteria and has a positive antigen test, it would be classified as a confirmed case. This example shows that how broad a case definition, a key case definition should be, and also it shows that there is a high degree of flexibility in this case definition, and also we can infer from this case definition that it can cover almost all cases of COVID-19. However, the asymptomatic cases, does asymptomatic cases covered by this case definition?
If he is positive, yes.
Yes, if it is tested, yes. Tested and the test is positive, yes, it is covered.
And just with NIH is with the molecular test, not
Yes.
the rapid test.
Yes.
That's also very.
Yes. So let's see what other things we have. I have also provided a sample of a CRS test. Case reporting form. This is the case reporting form for hantavirus, which I downloaded from the CDC USA. And I should mention that currently most surveillance systems use electronic case reporting form. And this form was also electronic, but I provided a PDF of that. And the analyses also are being done through computer softwares and sometimes by the aid of artificial intelligence. So let me zoom on it. As we discussed in my presentation, you can see that there are some different boxes of information in this form. Usually it's in one page, the form is in one page, and what type of information is patient information, which is his or her name, age, sex, city, county, state, zip code, and it is stated that choose one, hantavirus, cardiopulmonary syndrome, or non-pulmonary hantavirus disease. Apparently, there are two types of hantavirus disease. So the other box is patient's background and exposure information, which is his occupation, race, American, Asian, white, etc. History of rodent exposure 8 weeks prior to illness onset, yes or no. This box is asking about the risk factors and wants to know what has been the risk factor for the disease. Place of contact, if it is town, county, city, etc. Exposure occurred while cleaning, working, recreational activity, or other. This is also a question that wants to know the risk factors or the places that probably the infection has occurred. This box is for the timeline, as we discussed about date, symptom onset, was the patient hospitalized, yes or no? date of admission and date of discharge. Clinical information, if the patient has fever, thrombocytopenia, elevated hematocrit, elevated creatinine. There is one point here. As you can see, it's a close-ended question. These are close-ended questions. So if the tick is yes, we will not be able to know what was the actual temperature of the patient. And this is a kind of failure, and it would be better to have something more open and to know the exact temperature, for example, of the patient. Usually, it's better to do this in the case report forms, but I'm not, I don't know why they have designed the form like this. Questions about the outcome of the disease, if it is death, cure, anything, date of death, and if an autopsy have been performed, and what is the result of the autopsy. Pre-hospital treatments, if the patients have received any treatments before the hospital, hospital course, what was it like? Supplement, if the patient has received supplemental oxygen therapy or any other type of oxygen therapies. And if the testing is performed, that the result of the testing should be provided here. And here is the reporter information. For example, which department is reporting the case, who is the person completing this form, what is the email, and what is the phone number. And one important point in case report forms is that the case report forms may not be completed all at once, which means that sometimes you admit a patient, fill some part of the case report form, and send a specimen for laboratory analysis. And the result of the laboratory analysis may be ready some days after, and you will come back to the form and fill the missing parts. Or sometimes some of the information here are missing. You may need to contact the relatives of the patient and ask for the completing question, and then go back to the form and complete it again. So it's not a one-day job, filling the case report forms. You need to come back again and again and fill the case report form. So now that we have go through two examples, please check your exercise and do your exercise, and one of you should be volunteer to come here and explain the results, the answers.
I'm done. You're done? Would you please introduce yourself and say your background and then
In this exercise, and hello everyone. In this exercise in 1989, this type designation as severe myalgia, muscle pain syndrome. In this case definition, there will be eosinophil count greater than 2000, and in the absence of any known cause of eosinophilia. So initial case definition, patient one is no status, and patient second is yes, and patient
Patient one is no.
because
He's explaining the first column case definition based on the first case definition, the first column. So patient one is no.
no because this is less than 2000. Patient second is yes because it's greater than 2000. And patient third is yes because it's greater than 2000. Patient fourth is yes. Patient fifth is yes. And patient six is no because it is less than 2000.
Did you check these columns as well?
Yes.
Patient 4 is no.
Patient 4 don't have severe myalgia. Yes. According to first case definition, there should be no.
Yes.
Okay. And patient six is no. 7 is also no. Because there is the presence of leukemia.
What is the first one? The first one.
First one is no.
Not initial, not revised.
Yes. No. And in revised case, patient one is no. Revised case definition.
Provide the answers.
First one. Second one is yes. Revised second one.
There's also
Yes. And third one is yes. Fourth one is yes. Fifth one is yes. Sixth one is yes. Seventh one is no.
Why fourth one is yes? Let me see. Fourth. No. Is it yes or no?
Is it?
Ma'am, I did,
It is.
yes, I did, yes.
Why?
Because regarding the revised.
A revised definition.
Okay, okay,
Fulfill all the
okay,
criteria
okay,
for the revised definition.
okay, okay. So,
So I did correct.
In revised, it's yes. In initial case definition, it's no.
okay, okay, okay.
Yes.
Like the initial case definition, there is no mention of myalgia.
Severe myalgia, because it's severe myalgia. Don't have severe myalgia. And,
Which one?
The first one.
Four.
I did.
Fourth one
Correct, ma'am.
not revised, because there are clear.
It
I did
doesn't,
correct, ma'am.
it doesn't, for the revised, it doesn't have myalgia, so it is no.
Ma'am, in revised version,
Yes, it said that it
Yes.
should have severe myalgia, but number 4 does not have severe myalgia. So,
there is no. Yes. Fourth one में अली no होगा.
Need of tasks and there are interrelated, like cancer, both are type of cancers of bone marrow. So how do we define, like, we consider like no infection or no pneumoplasia, just no infection? Your statement last.
You just read the third one.
Third one is no infection or no, both no. That's his fine. That's his fine. Yes. No, seven one. Leukemia. So if,
so it shows that there was leukemia, so this is not the case, which we are infections. And the number 4, the eosinophil is present.
yes.
There are no other factors. Myalgia is present, but severe myalgia is absent.
No,
No.
But this should be an initial definition.
initial definition. Like, they don't have your second.
Leukemia
नीचे वाला पैरा तो देखना जो केस
पहले मैं ये आना नहीं क्यों नो in the absence of them.
your first case is mentioning
नहीं in the absence doesn't mean इसका मतलब नहीं है. It's me no mean in that. Actually these are confused outside. Yeah both are.
We can discuss in person. Yes. Okay, everybody.
It was very interesting because you see, for an exercise, you're fighting with each other. And I see the importance of this, and it's really critical. In the beginning of COVID-19, for a period of time, I was worried that we in the lab are under testing. Okay, so I called the director of CDC at that time, and I told him that I think that you are sending us less than what I expect, less samples than I expect. Maybe your case definition is not right. It turned out to be the case because in the first day, we were very concerned about having any link to China or other patients. Of course, we didn't have any patient in Iran, so in that criteria, all the links about supposed to be with China. And none of those cases, none of the first cases that we found had any link with China. And that was because the outbreak was already established in Iran. So it was a domestic circulation, there was no need to China. And based on that case definition, we lost at least we lost a couple of weeks finding our first case. So we were ready to do that. Okay, so that's the report.
Okay, thank you, sir.